Avast ahoy and g'day once again to ye mateys! I be your tempting and lovely DM Josh the Pirate, and it brings me more excitement than hearing the first stirrings of an orchestra tuning to welcome you back to Corsair's Cove and me Humblewood world for more of Monsters and Magic. With me, I have my hearty crew, the alluring Dan Swelto, the enticing Daria Surname Redacted, the tantalizing Karen Schlink, and the enthralling Brendan Ellis. So, let's talk about these captivating people, shall we? Let's start in the middle today. Daria, who the absolute heck are you?
Wow, what a curveball.
What is that?
Yeah, my name is Daria. I am an artist. You can find my stuff on Twitter, and you can find me here on Thursdays and on Mondays on the Eldritch Scribe Twitch channel, where I also play D&D.
And Karen, who the absolute heck are you?
Hi, I'm Karen, sometimes known as the Mother of Bunnies. I am a writer, a performer. You can follow me on Twitter at Mother of Bunnies until the hellscape burns to the ground, or you can follow me on Instagram as my burlesque alter ego, Miss Lola Moore. You can also listen to my dulcet tones on the D&D podcast, Baby Dragons, link in chat. And for the next month, you can probably find me being Santa's happy little elf sidekick if you live in the Perth metro area, because I'll be around.
Yeah, I picked up my Santa costume today,
Oh, yeah.
and we start tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm excited, not tired.
And then on Saturday, we put up our tree. Brendan, who the absolute heck are you?
Hello, I'm Brendan Ellis, actor and director in Perth, and currently COVID positive. So that's pretty sick. If Eric, yeah, that was a good one, me.
I see what you did there.
If Eric talks less, that's why. If Eric does wacky shit like throw people into tar pits, that's also why.
Yeah, turns out he had COVID all the way through Death for Breakfast.
Yeah, that's
Way to
definitely
stay
what
positive.
happened.
Thanks, Bishop Blood. And Dan, who the heck are you?
Sorry, I'm just lost in the... Hello, I am Dan in the meat space, Deerb in the cyberspace. How are you today? I hope you have a lovely time plotting revenge from all of your enemies and, stay positive. And illness is one thing, but take action on everything else that you can.
Fair and valid. Thank you very much. And Madame and Monsieur, Dama und Herren and beings of indeterminate gender and persuasion, I be Josh the Pirate. And you can find me here on my channel, Corsair's Cove, where I run D&D and other related RPG systems with me lovely lady wife, the Mother of Bunnies. And, it's things are getting intense now because next week, starting on Monday evening, we will be having our Candlekeep Mysteries micro campaign. It's not really a micro campaign; it's full 12 episodes. It's a full campaign, but we're going to do it in 3 weeks flat. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday we will be playing Candlekeep Christmas with a rotating cast of 12. Which is going to be really insane. Karen, Daria, and I will all be DMing at various points. I think next year what we do is everybody of the 12 has to DM one night.
Sounds fine.
That sounds stupid, but yeah. Terrace, Adana, Rach, Dan O'Brien, Jack O'Brien, Malika Moon, Rhythm in the Mind will all be coming to join us for that, as well as Brendan, Daria, Karen, and myself. But Dan gets a break. We will also be having the final 3 episodes of this season, which is also very exciting. I know, but Revel Jacks. Woohoo indeed. If you like the majestic voice, but you think I can stand to tone the face down a bit, you can also check me out in the podcast There Be Dragons, where I play the infamous and deadly pirate Scan Felspar and his little dragon, Crush. If you like me doing my impersonation of Santa, basically, if you like my Mentax voice, you can find me doing that whilst wearing a Santa costume.
Mentax is Santa.
Mentax's voice is Santa's voice, and actually personality is a lot of the same. He even gave education to the good little girls and boys. Mentax is based very strongly on my Santa Claus, turns out. Right. I also need to get Karen to tell us about Ukraine, please.
Ukraine. You may have heard about it in the news this year. There's been some bad stuff happening over over there. And to that end, there are 2 links popping up in chat right now. The first one is the Emergency Action Appeal, which is a group of Australian charities and not-for-profits that have banded together to raise money for Ukrainian refugees. So if you follow that link, you are welcome to donate them a few digital pennies. The second link is for the Curious Compendium of Slavic Myth, which is a wonderful 38-page D&D booklet. It's very heavily inspired by Ukraine and that area of Europe in general. There's some subclasses, there's some creatures, there's a little one-shot, which is very nice, and a beautiful Tolkien-inspired map of Ukraine. If you are curious to get even more of a peek of what lies inside, head on over to our YouTube channel, because we actually played the one-shot in a little one-shot Wednesday adventure a few weeks ago. It was loads of fun. So you can go check that out. The minimum donation to get a copy of this wonderful booklet is £1, which is approximately 1 to 2 Australian dollars, depending on how the exchange rate's going today. But you can donate as much as you like. So if you would like yourself a £100 booklet of D&D stuff, you can make that happen. You have that power.
And it's really good stuff. We've used quite a bit of it, and I intend to use more of it. And yeah, I would strongly endorse. I would also remind our fascinating, enchanting, and possibly even hunky audience to please like, follow, and subscribe to all the things, you bloody champions. We have all the exclamation mark socials. We have a fully up-to-date YouTube. And you can... Hey, Lilith! And we have the Discord if you want to come and hang out with us over there and chat, see pictures of all of our pets, and I also all of the things that we've recently that we use, all the maps that I use, I then put up after we have used them, so they're all up in the creative area, pictures of all of our artistic pursuits and things like that, and you can ask questions of us if you have any burning questions. And Lilith, thank you very much for the follow, matey, avast and such. So I think it would be just groovy if somebody gave us a quick recap on what happened last week. Aliens stand with Ukraine. Cosmic Voyager, I'm glad they do. Thanks very much, buddy. Good to see you.
Alrighty. Previously on Humblewood of Monsters and Magic, our group continued our efforts to... Sorry, there's a rabbit chewing on a temporary fence behind me. Could you stop? Wait.
Unlikely.
Yes, you. He's convinced he can chew through steel if he just gives it enough welly. We continued our campaign to pull off a super secret Exodus plan to escape Bird Cult. We've been talking to Speaker Bita, who we've escorted into the secret base. She's a little surprised at how big it is and completely unlicensed as well. How naughty. She tells us kind of her feelings on the other counselors. Sobel is and I'm quoting directly from my notes here, the mega racist. And the tax for going down the elevator guy. Because, birds don't really need an elevator to go down. So, jerk. But she reckons we've got...
Wasn't it? The Omega racist.
Super mega racist?
No, I think it was the Omega, as in the Alpha and the Omega. The Omega racist. I thought that was what that was.
I just put mega racist. Big racist. Anyway, but she reckons we should probably talk to and try to convince to leave with us. With them. We're staying now. Mentax. Not Sobel. Sobel's the mega racist. Mentax and Viscar. So our next plan is to do a super sneaky trip off to talk to them and maybe convince them to leave with Beja and create council outside of Tree and thus have power in the woods, which would be great. Oh, I have a note that the temple is now dedicated to the Alderheart itself. I don't know how important that is recap-wise, but that's the thing that happened. It's now a temple to the Alderheart.
Yeah, our secret hideout place.
Yeah, our secret hideout.
Yeah.
We had a chat to Shen Esticle about those weird orders to send him into the middle of the woods. And we're pretty sure that he's pretty sure that they were trying to provoke the Humblefolk, by sending Shen out into the middle of nowhere, along with most of his loyalist men, to get rid of them, so they wouldn't be a problem, which is bad. because he is a leader who inspires loyalty. But Shen suggests we go along with it anyway, thus turning the tables upon our enemies' expectations. And also Spencer, the very excitable young Luma, will also leave and then come back strategically roughed up and infiltrate the Perch Guard. And we're a little concerned that he's not a very good liar until he convinces us by saying that he'll just tell the truth, but very selectively. Beta also tells us about her inside man, her secret agent that she's been in touch with, getting all the juicy goss from the Humblewood, but particularly the Alderheart. Codename Deep Fur, which provoked the wonderful comment in chat. Sounds like a hottie, must be evil. But anyway, we're going to meet with secret agent codename Deep Fur at pub tomorrow night and see how that pans out, because obviously Beta won't be in town when we meet up with him. So Gabrielle is also going to stay behind and work on our magical items, which are probably going to be like a misty form or misty step for Eric, and Bennick's going to get like a thunder / steam bow. Just going to be
Thunderbow.
But we do a little shopping first. Eric disguises himself as a spider and just kind of hangs onto my back in a totally not creepy way.
As in, he wild shapes. He doesn't just, like, fill a couple of pairs of pantyhose with stuffing and then have them sticking out from underneath his arms on strings like a bad Halloween costume. It would have been so good. But that's more of a Julio move than an Eric move, I think.
It is. He actually wild shapes into a real spider. Bennick picks up an interesting and eclectic spell book, and we buy a magical ring of uncertain purpose because Spider Eric seemed keen to buy it, which he demonstrated by vibrating on my back. Totally not creepy. We also go to see Aluma, the Eliza recommends who sells spell scrolls, and Bennick gets a scroll of sea invisibility. And Julio's just splashing his cash about being everyone's sugar daddy because apparently Julio's been carrying all the money. And we
While disguised as a little Vulcan girl. Or, I know.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
A little
Julio turned
Mapatch
himself
girl.
into my niece.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Auntie Cash and Julia.
Auntie Cash.
Or sugar niece.
Yes.
Sugar niece.
Sugar niece. Nice.
Don't know how I feel about that one.
So we, after our little shopping expedition, we head off to see Mentax. Spider Eric sneaks under the door to suss out the joint. There's a lady in the kitchen and an old streak in the sitting room. And while Eric's doing that, Bennick decides that he's going to sit in the garden and ritual cast Detect Magic. And while we're all just hanging out in the front yard of Mentax's house, a couple of Perch Guard walk past and are like, hey, what are you guys doing? And
Someone
props
broke
to
into the
Kesh's
council
brass
chambers
balls.
this
They're like,
morning.
aren't you Major Kesh Gletterweave? And she's like, no. This is my niece.
Just
Oh
sitting
no,
there.
that's one off
No,
by now. So
Julio
I
was-
literally have Julio, wanted criminal, sitting next to me, and Bennick in a trance.
Very
and to
famous
props to
member
me,
of the
I was
famous member of the Savior of Alderhearts sitting there
Yeah.
casting a ritual spell in the front garden of one of the council members the day the council chambers get broken into, and one of the people who did that break-in is sitting next to you. And you
We
have
are
the
very smart.
stone cold
What do you
brass balls
mean?
and just like
I-
no idea
I'm a
who you are
savior.
or what you're talking about.
I'm shielding the. Anyway.
What I loved was that Kesh threw away any chance of authority that she had by saying, I'm not Kesh.
Nope.
Look, I don't think the Perch Guard take orders from me anyway.
They don't.
And it was my strategy because you were a spider, you were in a trance, and Julio was just staring at the ground trying not to be noticed. So you know what? If you're not prepared to step up, you can stop with the
I
criticism
don't
of
think
my
he was
skin
staring
here.
at the ground.
And
I
I'll
think
have
he was
you know,
staring at his
I
lack
was-
of boobs.
I was rolling really high and
Yeah.
freaking nailing it. And it gets a tiniest bit shaky when one of them realizes that I'd said that he was like communicating with someone.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's not a ritual cast. And I'm like, yeah, because you're a fucking wizard, mate. But anyway, Eric decides to reappear as his normal self and cast Charm Person. Unfortunately, he's very successful and they're both charmed. And he tells them they should patrol the area, keep people away, because we have very important business with Councilman Mentax. And, you know, I think I would have pulled it off, even without this intervention, just for the record. But thank you anyway, Eric.
Yeah, you were so close. You're almost
I was so
there.
close. I was almost there.
Yeah.
So we ring. So Bennett finishes what he's doing, and we go and ring the bell, and the lady answers. And I'm like, hey, we want to see the counselor. And she promptly shuts the door in my face. But she does go and get the counselor, who comes to the door, recognizes us, and is like, please come in. For some reason, I felt the need to note that it smelled like old people. We give him the rundown on the cult and, you know, the hostile takeover that's kind of in progress, and how we really, really need to get him out of the city into safety. And he looks like he's resisting because he doesn't want to leave the tree and relinquish control. And we're like, we're not relinquishing control, we're transferring it. And eventually we convince him. And he decides to burn some important documents, but Eric has a sneaky look. Was it Eric or Bennett who had a sneaky look?
Eric.
Someone had a
Eric.
sneaky
It was
look.
Eric. Yeah.
Eric had a sneaky look. Eric has a sneaky look and realizes that Mentax has been sending a suspicious amount of funding to regional schools, which
Oh
isn't a
God.
bad thing. It's a nice thing that he's been doing, but he's been doing it under the table. So he's being nice to humble folk under the table, you know. And after, you know, probably committing a crime by destroying official council documents, but we've committed so many crimes at this stage, who's counting? We
Today.
escort Mentax and his housekeeper Marjorie away towards our secret hideout before the charmed guards realize what's happened and get very, very mad and possibly implicate Kesh Glitterweave in criminal activity.
Yep. Alrighty. I must also draw our lovely audience's attention to our affiliate link to Wooden Forge. Wooden Forge are the creators of WA's finest handcrafted wooden tabletop accessories, like this beautiful piece of handcrafted dice tray. It's a beautiful Australian Jarrah, and it is one half of my dice keeper. Where I keep most of my dice, and I do all my dice rolling for the channel. And because somebody in chat said, oh, I need to see the minis, there's been a lot of very nice things said about Daria's artwork. So all of our art is done by Daria, except the minis, which I paint. And we have some of the minis from the Humblewood here. Somebody was talking about them. This is Riffin the Ash Knight.
Cute.
And any cute... and this is Lazarus, Nevermore's dad. Or it's the character Lazarus was based on. This is Oddwald Ebenhard, but he hasn't been a thing because we replaced him with Lazarus. And this is Silva Connorsdottir.
Oh no.
Well, she was until she tried to fly away. Yeah, this is, little raptor ranger person. They're pretty cute. These ones came. I got the deluxe set when I kickstarted Humblewood 5 years ago. I'm halfway through painting Council Speaker Bita. Who's that? And I've still got. I actually think this might be Viscar, but I haven't gotten around to him. Anyway, so there you are. Yeah, the lovely minis, lovely art. It's very good. Falling damage. Yeah, silver's fine. So. Mateys, that was an excellent recap. Thank you very much, Karen. May no racist economic policies impact your life, and all your local demon hunting organizations be hiring as we head tremulously at first and then with mounting heat and passion into the Humblewood. So, the party has just convinced Councilmember Mentax to accompany them to the crest. No small feat, as he hasn't left the Alderheart in over 30 years, and he and his housekeeper, Marjorie, have just returned to your secret hideout with you. Revealing the hideout has impressed Mentax of the seriousness of the issue even further, and he and Marjorie have been entrusted to a squad of brigadiers from First Company. When you return, you find your super secret hideout a hub of activity. Shen is just gearing up to lead half of his company out publicly, while Captain Hornbrow is organizing the deployment of his troops under the guise of escorting the tenders, about half of whom have already left. Shortly after you arrive, Gabrielle returns with a trio of assistants carrying all manner of strange implements. And she immediately directs them in the installation of them in the lower office, where you will be able to find her later on. And then she requests Bennick's bow and the halversite that you acquired and sequesters herself with her kit. So, the big question is, what do you do next?
Well, weren't we supposed to go and see other council guy? Now we've dropped off first council guy. That
Yes?
Viscar.
Yeah.
Possibly.
yeah.
Well,
that guy.
Bennick can probably go and see what Gabby needs from him to get the process started.
Yeah, now that we actually bought the stuff,
Mhm.
we haven't
Oh.
gone back yet.
I've got everything I need now. I picked up all of my gear from the hall, so I'm all set. I thought it best to just bring everything. That's why I got some help. I hope you don't mind, Kesh. I borrowed a few of you guys.
And I'll just wave it away, like yes. Please.
How
yes, some of them.
How long will you need?
The bow will be pretty simple. The amulet will take a little longer, probably a couple of days.
Fine. So if Bennick helps you with the bow now, then you can get that done in the next half an hour or so, and then we can go back out again.
Oh, the bow, most of the afternoon, but I could be ready. It could be ready by sort of late evening.
I don't think we're going to have time to wait around for it, unfortunately. We should probably make haste.
How long would you need Bennick for?
Oh, I'd only need him for the first 45 minutes or so, and actually I need him for the amulet, which is a different thing completely. Which is my priority? Do I want to do the bow first? It's the easier of the two.
I honestly don't mind either way.
She
I
basically.
think-
Sorry.
I think the amulet is going to be more useful for us in a wider variety of situations. So let's get that one out of the way first.
Prioritize that one. All right. Well, I'll need Bennick
And
for
even-
about 8 hours for that.
And even if I go, I can just leave the spell book with you. That's fine. You need the chapter on conjuration, right?
Oh, yeah, that would be handy. If you're not going to need it.
Well, if it's going to be
Yeah,
8
well, I mean,
hours,
I'll be
we should.
committed to memory. I just won't be able to ritually cast anything without it.
Oh,
That's fine. But yeah, either way, if I can assist you, I can do that for the 8 hours.
Well,
Gotta
if it's
brush
going to
up
be
my
8 hours,
enchantment.
we should really go see our other target first. and
Yes, it
then-
sounds like Gabby doesn't need Bennick right now. So let's keep on with our day.
yeah. Sure. I mean, yeah, I can do that. Can I just take some measurements very quickly, and I'll get started on the bow, and then when he gets back, and you've got 8 hours, I'll get started on the amulet, and I'll put the bow down until I'll use my time as efficiently as I can. So she gets you, Bennick, to draw the bow to maximum extent and hold it as long as you can while she takes some measurements and sees exactly how your form is, because most archers have a slightly different style. So, and while she's like, I know how to use a bow, but I'm not an archer exactly. So she's, taking some fairly arcane measurements. Like she measures how far back you draw it. She measures the angle, the arch of the bow, to see how much of a tension you're putting it under. But then she measures some unusual things, like the inside of your leg, like the groin to ankle. And then the length of the smile of your beak, from the point to the corner of your jaw.
I don't question it. That's an artificer thing.
Yeah, and the width between your eyes. After she's done that, she's like, all right, thanks. I think that's all I need.
Are you sure you don't need the bow?
Oh, I'll need the bow. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, right. Yeah. Cool. I was confused for a second. Okay. Yeah, I hand over my bow.
Yeah. Don't worry about leaving your spellbook with me. I'll start on that when you get back.
Okay. I'll also leave the quiver behind just because. I'm not that touchy with my book. I did find a weird one though today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
and
she is like the weird one just for like the opinion of like, what the fuck is this? And I like toss it like the trope in like a crime movie where you just kind of like flop it under the table and it'll just like open.
And it falls open to a random page. So for those who weren't here last week, Bennick picked up a spellbook that had some very unusual spells in it. It had bound castings of Water Walking, Summon Skeleton, Shadow Shape, Divine Intervention, Mark. Several of which are spells that are not normal spells in D&D.
Those aren't spells. Those are class features.
Some of them are class features and stuff like that. You have bound casting of each one once per day.
I haven't moved my spells yet over to the book.
And here Josh is telling me that Misty Step more than once per day is going to be OP.
Don't worry.
I'm not going to use the thing. That's illegal. Summon skeleton. We all know that's illegal. Don't do it. Not even once. Necromancy.
Only illegal if you get caught.
I can't help but wonder if Bennick's opinion would be changed if it was summon something with meat on it.
Yeah. Summon zombie, would that be okay? Lilith93.
Summon fresh corpse.
Would you type into chat for me !Arcana? This is for Gabrielle's assessment of the book. So !, the word Arcana. That will perform an Arcana check for Gabrielle because I like to get chat involved.
Now we wait.
Now we see. She goes and has a look at it and sort of like, weird. 10. Oh. Thank you very much.
She's smart.
Look,
she has plus a billion.
She is an she is an artificer, so she actually does have a bonus. She has a +3 for this, so she's having a look through and said, weird. I don't know. That's totally fine, Lilith. Thank you. I don't know many of these. And yes, Summon Skeleton would be very illegal if it was a real spell. But it's not, right? Have you... It's Reanimate Dead. That's what that spell is called.
Yeah.
This is like written from some... Yeah, I know. This feels like a spell book from not from here. I mean, look at the style of writing. And she's getting quite excited. She's just like, this is like an extra Palinar book.
I know, and it came very cheap.
Oh.
Yeah.
And she actually steps back from the book like, oh.
Yeah.
Could I do a check on it as well? Maybe insight?
Insight would learn something rather different. History, maybe, if you like. Yeah, you can. What are you wanting to determine?
See if I have any bright ideas about the origins of this book.
Yeah, all right. You can investigate, I suppose, would probably be the best for it.
Yeah.
I would like to get in on this too, if possible.
Sure.
Oh, no. 5.
5.
I
What's
know
the best for me?
It's just not really in your wheelhouse at all. It's wizard shit. I would say Julio probably... Actually, Julio's reasonably well traveled, so if Julio wanted to try...
Oh, yeah.
I've tried last week, right? To figure out what the fuck this is.
Is this investigation?
Investigation, if you like, and Eric the same. Unless you want to use Arcana. Yeah, you can use Arcana.
Like,
11
Karen has
and
a few ideas about
19
where
from Julio. Julio, you recognize this style of this style of writing. This is from a long way away. One particularly long voyage. You know, when you were in Scops' crew, they sort of spent 6 months in each place. They had a series of hideouts, and then once they'd raided enough, they were like, we don't want to overfish any one particular area. They'd go to the next place, and it took you about a decade all around to do a full circuit. And yeah, about on the far end of that circuit was a town called Hammerfall. And this, while in the market in Hammerfall, trying to flog some loot from another place, you saw a bunch of spell scrolls and stuff like that were very poorly looked after. Like, the person owned the stall didn't keep their eye on their wares particularly well, and this has that sort of vibe to it. It looks more like not so much a book. It looks like a book of like spell scrolls, but it's a book. So it's that style of writing from your very not really particularly magically experienced eye. That's what it feels like to you. It's like I saw something like that half a decade ago, a long way away.
And what is what do I know about Hammerfall? What is interesting about that area?
It's quite an industrial area. There's a lot of mining. It is mostly humble folk. There are also quite a lot of lizard folk out that end of the Everden as well. It's quite tropical.
Did you say Everden? That's the one-shot name, isn't it?
Everden. It's all Dan.
Everden is the name of the world
It's,
you're in.
it's all downhill from here.
Nice.
Oh no.
Okay, well, I
We're
will
all
convey this
damned to hell.
information. Okay, I'm done with that joke. Okay, let's move on. I will convey this information. Yeah, and say, so this stuff is like really from far away. Like the Hammerfell, that is very far. I'm wondering how this got here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, and you were saying like it's like supposed to be just like spell scrolls?
Yeah, and also, interesting thing, this book was dirt cheap, and those that I've seen are quite, haphazardly kept. I don't know why, though. Isn't
Well,
magic...
I feel like it's dirt cheap because Eliza really doesn't know what it is, and also nobody's buying it, so the demand's like 0.
Yeah, but even
She did
back
say she
there...
got a markup on it. She made 10 gold pieces on the sale.
Yeah. And back there, their scrolls were also quite, haphazardly kept, so I don't know what that's about.
DM, I would like to start ritually casting. While this conversation has been going on, I want to ritual cast Detect Magic. And I will also mention, we also picked up an interesting ring. Who has the ring?
Oh, I have the ring.
Is that your casting?
Oh, fucking druids, man.
Ritzy Apex, thank you very much for the follow as well, matey. Avast and such.
Right.
Good on you.
I'll whip out the ring of uncertain magical abilities,
Sure.
which is what I've decided to call it.
Yep. The ring is a simple gold band with a plain signet, I believe I described it. Like it looks like a signet ring that has not had anything inscribed upon it yet. Kill a couch at this moment. But yeah, it's magic, but she doesn't know what it does. You place it in Eric's claws. So the detect magic takes a few minutes. Everybody else, as in actually, while Eric is casting that, Kesh, Bennick and Gabrielle would probably be sort of looking over the book, seeing if they can figure out anything wrong with the spells. Gabrielle's happy to help you with that. She says a few of these
If there's any misleading stuff.
like a few of these, they do tend to be. My vibe on a lot of them is that they are transmutationary.
Sure. Yeah.
For us non-magical folk, transmutation is...
Changes
The
something
changing
from
of
one
things.
shape into another shape.
Oh, right.
Making things change.
Seems like a very useful sort of magic.
It
Yeah.
is. Very. It's not really my speciality, or Bennick's, I think.
Nope. I can unmake them. It's pretty nice. I can make something they change with it go back.
My advice would be cast them in a place where it's like safe the first time if you don't know particularly what to do.
Yeah, I was gonna consider casting them, but not here, not in the middle of
No.
Yes,
hut.
cast it in the middle of this secret hideout full of people
Don't
that's
cast
imbued with
it
magic.
No,
in
not
a
even gonna
situation
do
where
it.
you're divine intervention, that's a spell, right? We know that one. But I wouldn't cast that unless even that one I wouldn't cast it in a like, oh no, shit's getting real.
I don't even know who I'm calling with it. Normally,
Well,
like
sure.
clerics and all of that would know.
So yeah, she cannot say that the thing is bad. It's definitely magical. She's like, someone's definitely bound spells into it. But I can't make heads or tails of their notation style.
Can I have that list again, Josh, by the way?
Water walking, summon skeleton, detect life, shadow shape, divine intervention, and mark.
Detect life, did you say?
Yes.
This almost sounds like a spell list of one of a couple characters that we know. Except none of those were wizards.
Yeah.
All right. Kesh.
It's something I'm going to have to wheedle out of Josh behind the scenes.
Nope, I won't be telling you this one.
I'm gonna try tonight at least. Or I mean, the detect life should be pretty safe. And we know the middle of the Alderheart is. Well, I think Eric was the one who said that we might be like in a life node or something below the Alderheart. So if it works as it says on the tin, the whole place should glow. But
Would
I'll try
that-
that tonight so I can like counter it if it's like goes horribly wrong.
Will you need some sort of magic user to stand by in case it goes badly?
Well, Eric can
Uh,
cast dispel magic, right?
Yes, but not counterspell.
Yeah, I should be fine by myself. I've done
Okay.
it plenty of times for these games.
I can be
For-
around
Secret.
if you need a counter spell, or I can do that.
For both selfish and non-selfish reasons, I do not want you blowing yourself.
I mean, yeah. I think that if I blew up, the other defenders will bring me back just to blow me up again for the audacity. So I'd rather not.
I agree that we should, if we're going to experiment with these spells, we should do so somewhere that doesn't compromise our hideout and our cover. I think
Got the
that...
secret exit.
What?
Got to the secret exit. Just go out the secret exit. Then you won't even be in the tree.
Oh, yes. But, yeah, we need to find somewhere outside of the tree, and also somewhere that if we cast it and it makes a lot of noise, that it won't blow our cover.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that our curiosity for these spells should be secondary to maintaining our secrecy while we have to remain here.
Look, fair. All right. So while he's casting his detect magic, which I will speed through, and Kesh can have this second conversation later. Eric, what does detect magic actually do? It just detects the magic and the kind of magic, right?
Yeah, within a 30-foot radius for 10 minutes.
The ring is definitely
detects
magical.
auras.
Yeah,
Yep.
the ring is definitely magical. It does not appear cursed.
Good, good.
Nothing.
Can't rely on that.
Neither of these items are cursed. It's worthy to note that Eric, when you cast this spell, knowing what you know, if you are in the temple, everything in here is vaguely magical.
Yeah.
Like, the entire thing. Almost, I think all of you have a magic item at least on you.
I've got to imagine there's some way with this spell to, like, tune that out as background noise.
New magic, on the other hand. The book and the ring are both fairly heavy-duty magical. The book glows with, I believe, 6 bound spells. It
doesn't identify spells, but it does identify schools of magic.
Schools of magic. 2 of them are... I think most of them are conjuration, actually. There is one that is divination. One is transmutation. And the rest are conjuration, I think. Yeah. Or possibly evocation. Because they aren't standard spells, I'm having to sort of work out what they would be. Most of them are conjuration. The ring, on the other hand...
That's what I'm most
in
interested
real
in.
life.
Is a real thing. Yeah.
The ring of eternal
that's where that
vow.
went.
Where
I
what
used a receipt as a bookmark, and I've been looking for that receipt for a while.
Uh-oh.
Well, then this is most fortuitous.
Yeah.
I'm glad I asked. Will I get advantage for that?
Receipt advantage.
Yeah.
Full inspiration for Brendan for...
For helping me find my receipt. Here we go. It has... Yes. It doesn't help you, like, learn exactly what kind of magical thing it is. But it allows you... It has bound magic within it. Similar to the book, so it has a similar vibe.
God, Eliza, where did you get this? Where you get these?
In fact, both of them have a very druidy vibe, very naturey vibe to them. I'm just checking the school of magic.
The book and the ring?
Yeah, enchantment.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe they are both enchantment. There are 2 kinds of magic whirling within it, bound up with enough magical energy to cast 3 spells, and low-level spells, but, yeah.
Oh, in the ring. This is just the ring?
In the ring, yeah. And, both spells, there's 2 different kinds of magic in it, and enough magic bound within it to cast those kinds of magic 3 times, and they are enchantment magic.
Okay. I say all that information out loud. What schools of magic I detect in the items?
Sus. Enchantment. That's the most suspicious one.
Yes.
So it could be almost anything?
Yes,
Well-
I mean, I feel like it's not cursed, but also curses have a way of being deceptive.
Like
But
charm person's an enchantment spell. Cash, just an example.
yes. Why don't you let me hang on to the ring? I will attune to it and see what it's all about.
It will, if someone had it, Cosmic Voyager.
Yes, sadly none of us have that. Very useful of spell.
I feel like it's my job as the token wizard, but I'm a himbo.
Yeah.
It really is.
My bad.
So, it's probably about 2 in the afternoon at this point. And Kesh, before you leave going anywhere else, Silky, the Terran, your Terran lieutenant, a Batfolk for our new viewers, pops in and just says, "Boss, I had a thought. What about that second company of Perch Guard being deployed to that refugee camp to the south?
What about it?
Well, because now we know about it, maybe they won't be deployed there anymore, but I still feel like it wouldn't be a bad idea if we at least know why they were being deployed there. Because we don't really know, do we?
No.
Because that's Sussy Flowers if I've ever saw it, and I thought I'd take a scout squad and go and have a quiet little check out of what they're doing. Maybe.
No.
That's a pull, Josh.
I'm saying it's an official saying in the wood now.
Yeah, there's like a legitimate
Sussy
flower
flowers.
that's like
Yep.
a
Reclaim it.
fake ass flower.
Listen, I say so much shit gun to my head I wouldn't remember what the context was for that.
I've no idea. Yeah.
I believe that was the first time that Josh found out about the term sus or sussy.
Ah.
Yeah, that
Sussy-
was a discussion on stream.
Sussy
That Sussy
Barker.
Flowers first came out.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah. While Silky
I knew what
suggests
sus
this-
was. I just
Yes.
never heard sussy flower before.
No one said that except for you. 100%. While Silky's
no.
saying this,
Put 'em
I would
last.
like to roll insight just to see what her motivation is about wanting to get out.
Oh, sure, if you like.
They're the real Sussy flower.
The Sussy Flower was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
23.
23. It very much is specifically one friend we made along the way. It's Eric.
No, it's
Yeah.
an esticle.
He is quite sussy flower. He is a blooming little sussy flower, his own self. She seems on the level, Eric. She is probably of the four of Kesh's subordinates, in terms of actually being a military officer and a good one, she's probably the most competent of Kesh's four subordinates. Probably because she used to be a sergeant. She used to be
Plan
an...
on Shen Esticle going on right now.
Oh, like, Shen is good at what he does. He's very, very good. Hornbrow, all of them are good at what they do in specific contexts, but all of them were bandits. She's actually made a decent military officer out of it. She could function in any army rather than just this one. And she's just...
Ragtag group of thieves and scoundrels.
Exactly. She is one of the few that came out of this like, actually, no, she could work anywhere. She's brilliant. And has an eye for detail, which is why she makes a good quartermaster. So this is basically just doing what a good subordinate does and saying, hey, remember that thing that I don't think you've remembered? I've come up with a solution for it, boss. Here's the solution. You're welcome. Would you like me to action it? But without in any way implying that Kesh wasn't doing her job properly, as any good subordinate does. Comes to you quietly after the fact and says, hey, by the way, you know that thing that we said we were going to look into and we didn't? Would you like me to? That's basically all she's offering. She's like, I can not if you prefer. Like, I get that you don't want to spread your resources too thin. And we'll need every man we have if Shen and Hornbrow get into the sticky with the Perch Guard. I don't plan to engage. I was thinking take 3 or 4 scouts and just have a quick sticky beak, and I can move pretty fast when I need to. I was planning on catching back up with them before the ambush. Just
So,
Going
small,
and
quick,
having a
and
look.
covert.
exactly. I'm not engaging.
I have no problem with this as a plan. I think the information would be useful. Even if the information is that there's nothing obvious.
Look, and best case scenario, they don't deploy them anymore. But worst case scenario, they go, we find out what they're doing. I will, if I do find out, and it is bad, would you like me to come back and tell you? Or would you like me to just head on up to the crest and tell General Sheridan?
Well, I suppose that depends on who would be best placed to mitigate any danger.
In which case, am I permitted to use my initiative in that instance?
Yes, you may use your best judgment as to who is the most useful person to be informed.
I mean, heck, what am I doing? I'll have more than one person with me. I'll just send one of them on to the crest.
That works too.
And I'll just drop back my own self. Depending on what I find. If it's nothing, you won't see me.
Okay, if I hear nothing, it was nothing.
Yeah. I'll tell Captain Esticle
Thank you.
that he's losing me for a while.
Chief, if I may, this is a very good idea, and I trust you to do the job as long as there aren't any surprises, Silky. But I do have concerns that you are rapidly losing all of your officers.
Well, I'm not losing them, I'm deploying them.
We were going to be deployed anyway.
Silky was always leaving, it's just a matter of where she goes first.
I was going to go with Shen. Well, I was actually going to go with Hornbrow to command the other half of Shen's company while Shen commands the other half of Shen's company. That's going with Hornbrow. But Jurgen can handle it on his own. He doesn't need me.
Like I said, I think it's a good idea. I just have concerns if this cult are thinking 3 steps ahead of us, which likely they're not.
Look, I think if we try to anticipate their every move, we're just going to tie ourselves in knots of inactivity, and I think the information we stand to gain is worth the risk.
And also, if I may, I'm not really want to understand like army movements and such, but I do understand covert operations. And it seems like even if we do have all our officers here, we don't really have enough men to like go toe to toe with them. So it doesn't really matter if they stay with us. We will still be operating as a small like recon and disturbance group, you know.
I'm leaving
My main concern was if the officers happened to get captured. But more than them being here to capture people. But I defer to you, Yesh.
I've got a pretty powerful motivation not to be captured.
Do I know what she means by that?
Well, she suspects she'd be killed.
Oh, right.
Yeah, self-protection probably.
If a
not dying.
if a Wildwood Brigadier is found performing covert operations against the Perch Guard, I will at the very least be court-martialed and brought back to Alderheart for a trial, a military trial, because I'm a military officer, and I'm an officer as well, unless I go in out of uniform, in which case it's covert spying, which is a whole different kettle of fish. So one way or the other, I don't want to get caught. But you aren't wrong, Mr. Ashbourne. You don't plan for the best, you plan for the worst. But that's sort of what I'm doing. I think we'd be better off knowing, even if there's nothing to know, we'd better off knowing that there wasn't anything to know than not knowing. It's the same mentality as a prophylactic.
I do think it's a good idea.
Look, I think it's worth the risk at this stage, given how much there is that we don't know.
I appreciate the concern, though. I'll go tell Shen. Thanks, Major. Cool. So, are you planning on heading straight up to the temple?
That is Kesha's plan. Is to just...
I have a couple of thoughts. One related to our conversation with Viscar, and one more related to, this is after Silky's left, to my mates, and one more to do with the wider scope of the operation.
Okay.
I pull out the letter that I wrote earlier today, that I haven't sealed yet, and I open it, and I offer it to Kesh. This is a letter that I've written to be posted to my grandmother, to inform her that by the time she receives the letter, that I'll be in the crest.
Wow.
Does it say, is this a letter that exists in full, Brendan, or you just give me the gist of what it says?
It is a letter that exists in full. Would you like me to read it?
Hells yeah,
yes.
I would.
Oh, story time.
It's
Fuck you, Grandma.
Yeah,
Don't
Lilith,
forget-
Granny is not
Hey,
nice.
bitch. I'm onto your shit. Going
Don't
to
get
the
too
crest.
excited. It's short and sharp. That's kind of how I was
It's Eric
raised.
style. So's Iari Shadowmalt.
Okay.
I unfold it, I read it. Grandmother, I hope that mother's illness has not progressed too rapidly. You will be pleased to hear that I am preparing to leave the Alderheart. By the time you receive this letter, I will already be on my way to the crest. I sincerely hope that you have nothing to do with the conspiracy that has caused me and my friends to leave. Regards, Eric Ashbourne.
Ooh!
I take it your intention is to make her angry?
Angry and
Wait, really?
feed her false information.
Yeah.
I feel that anger's going to be the overriding emotion. I just
Then-
hope you're prepared for that.
Wow.
Well, she was
Like-
bound to find out one way or the other anyway.
Like, I don't know your granny particularly well, but I have a feeling she's going to read this and then she's going to break something.
Eric,
That's
one
really
question.
not a problem, mine. Yes.
What would be your ideal outcome with this letter? What do you wish happens after this?
My ideal outcome would be that nothing happens. That would mean that they have nothing to do with the cult, and therefore have no one to feed this information to.
Right.
However, more realistic, I think, is she sees this information that I'm sending to her. Perhaps I've baited her a little bit into thinking a little rashly, and if indeed she is a part of this cult, she lets the other members of the cult know that she believes us to no longer be in the city.
So it is
Oh.
multifaceted letter of intrigue. I like it.
Good.
Wow. Wow.
That's the first idea. The second one is, since we're on our way to speak to Viscar about a cult that worships a false being pretending to be Titan, that who better to bring with us than someone who worships Titan? So I was thinking Welcome might be a good addition to our party.
Oh, as we go to the temple.
That's a good idea. Maybe he has
Yeah.
some standing with the faith there.
I would think so. Or at least some credibility as far as things of Titan are concerned. Us trying to argue religion with the highest priest in the tree is probably not going to go too well, but Welcome may be different.
Welcome
And
may speak the
Welcome-
language.
Also, is one of the two actual witnesses we have to the sinister goings on with the faith.
Quite.
Yes, there's a chance that if Welcome is spotted, he may be targeted. I'm sure that people are already on the lookout for him, but they're also on the lookout for Julio and I. So there's probably won't compound our danger too much. And I mean, now that he is in better health, I would like to see what he can do if it comes down to it.
Look, I don't have any objection. Sounds very sensible to me.
Yeah.
Stare at DM, see response.
We're gonna just
I'm not
let
there.
Welcome and
God, where have you gone?
God no, Void.
He's not. They're not here.
Oh, I'm always watching.
Like Ravania. I bet Void and Ravania have like fun. Just sitting in the couch.
DM, do I know what time services tend to happen or when the temple is busy? Like, are there afternoon services? Do I have any idea of what
Yes.
this car's rough
Dawn
schedule
and
would
dusk.
be?
Dawn and dusk are the main ones.
Yeah.
We want to get there before the dusk service.
Absolutely. But the Grand Temple has services going on pretty much constantly. But it's more than one temple, really. It is a collection of smaller shrines, each one to a different amaranthine around the edge, where services happen throughout the day. However, the main body of it is used twice daily. At dawn and dusk in the primary service to Ardea and Titan. Then at special occasions, other ceremonies, particular like the solstice, the equinox, that sort of thing.
And what is Viscar's actual title?
High Priest.
High Priest. Do I know, or do any of us know, if Viscar favors one particular Amaranthine?
He was primarily a worshipper of Ardea.
No.
And
But
Ardea is...
the principal, sort of the
Titan's
mother god.
counterpart.
Yeah, and thinking of Ardea and Titan as like two sides of the same coin would be a good idea. It's sort of yin and yang, but in applying one being a positive and one being a negative
evil.
is not logical.
Yeah.
It feels like he's the flip side. He's not. It's more like they're a partnership. He is the father god. He's not evil. He is just the antithesis of what she represents in a lot of respects, but not every. And yeah.
He's
like-
Big Daddy.
Yeah, she's like day. And
Yeah, she is daytime. She is the sun. Literally, she is the sun. And he is the moon. Is the sort of the principal vibe of it. Yeah. So, but my point with that saying that is that Ardea, if you worship Ardea, you also show deference to Titan as well. They are very much almost one and the same, but they're different aspects of the same thing almost. In terms of their role. There is no strict hierarchy among deities aside from the fact that these two were the first.
Yin and Yang.
Yeah. The trick is, it's not a perfect analogy because yin is actually darkness and cold and actually does have an overtone of evil. It's not quite that clear cut. It's also yin is feminine, I believe. Champion of the tree, partner of the night god.
It's an Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference.
Right.
I don't have the voice to sing it right now.
Fair enough. So yeah, you today like this time of day would probably be as good as any a time to go.
we plan on yeeting away at noon anyway, so.
Oh, it's
I
2
feel
in the
like we're
afternoon.
past noon, right?
It's
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
2 in the afternoon. You were going to leave publicly at some point, but were you going to do that before you see Viscar or after?
Oh,
After, right?
Definitely
We're
after.
gonna see this guy, and then we do our big. We are leaving
I
the
thought-
Alderheart. Eric apparently had some sort of dramatic thing planned.
Yeah.
So Kish is
I
just
have-
assuming that he's got something eye-catching in mind, and she doesn't have to worry about that.
And you basically you stopped in at your super secret hideout after you went and got Viscar, Mentax, and then you were just going to keep going. And then once you'd seen Viscar, depending on the outcome of that, you were just going to jump, were you not?
That's
Well,
what we talked about.
Yeah, after the like. Yeah,
Okay.
you just
I
jump.
assume someone's gonna hold Kesh on the way down.
Flavor the
You'll
fall.
be fine. Just trust.
Yeah, trust the bird
I
folk
should
magic.
say, I'm
It's
pretty
an actual
tired.
trustful.
So there's not a lot more juice that I have left in the tank, so I'll just put that out there.
Right.
I have
Eric,
Noted.
if you kill
three
me,
juice.
I will come back and haunt you. Fennec, you're allowed to eat me.
It will be an honor.
But just to be sure, you're not allowed to eat me. I do not give consent.
Is
I
Julio
take
allowed
my-
to cook Cash?
Yeah, I take my Monday note. I take my Monday note. No, what? No, I'm not gonna get into it. I take my Monday notebook and I'm like, any particular preferred burial rite, Julio?
No, stop. We're not having this conversation because none of us are gonna die. Let's go.
All right.
You're the sort of person that dies without leaving a will, aren't you?
I can assure you, my will is well and truly spoken for.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. I love how much backstory there is that I don't know. And I really do. So, you go and see Viscar. The Grand Temple of Alderheart is one of the few structures actually made out of the tree. And it is very, very old, dating back from a time when gentle excavation of the tree was considered fine. Constructed from a significant upward-growing branch and supported externally by several others that have been grown to it to support it, the temple has a Grecian feel to it, though it is exclusively made of wood. The outside is patrolled by a squad of perch guard. So, how are you getting in?
Hold on. With welcome.
Yep, you go with welcome. Yep, sure. Yep.
We have token religious man.
Yep.
Does he seems fine with the plan? He seems fine to come along with us?
Oh yes. Where are we going? What's happening?
To see High Priest Viscar. Do you know him?
Oh, not personally, no, but yes, all right. Yes, no. Is the intention to sort of me have a little bit of an effect in there? Is that the idea, or am I there for backup?
While you're...
a bit of both.
Oh.
You are knowledgeable on spiritual matters, I suppose.
Particularly when it comes to Titan, you're a witness to the things that this cult have done. Our objective there is to, A, make sure that Viscar isn't in on it to begin with, and
Yes.
B, if he isn't, to convince him that coming with us away from here is the best thing.
Okay.
Also,
Yes.
you are probably personally familiar with the guy, right? What could you say about his character?
Well, I don't know the man hugely well, but you don't get to be... Well... you don't get to be the High Priest of Alderheart without having a degree of political savvy, you know? It's not just about how good a priest are you. In fact, that has very little to do with whether or not you become the High Priest. It's more about who you're friends with. Friends with possibly the best, not the best idea, but like
Connections.
connections. Yes, exactly. Good club. Yes, and that sort of thing. So expect him to be quite canny, I suppose, but also a man of deep faith. I have a question, if you don't mind. Hypothetical. We get there, and we all go in and we say, look, here's the situation, and the cult, and Titan, and everything. And he says, oh, no, I know. What do we do if he knows and is in it?
Kill him?
Do we?
Yo,
Well, first of
what?
all, I would be very impressed if he's so direct.
Well,
I would have to take my hat off to him, and then kill him.
so we're planning to, if this happens,
Cash, what do you think? Like, that seems rash and like a bad idea, but
yes, it does a bit.
If he finds out that we are opposed to the cult, we may have no choice but to kill him, depending on how he feels about us not being pro-cult.
So, are you planning to...
If he is that blunt with us, his next action may be to call people in to kill us.
I mean,
we may not be
could
given
aim,
a choice.
We could aim to knock him out rather than to murder him.
Yes, if we can stun him and run, do a stun and run, that's probably best.
I think that if things did go south and we left a Viscar lifeless, then that would have huge political ramifications.
Yes, remember how I was saying they were trying to provoke us and make us the bad guys? I think slaughtering the High Priest in the temple would be a very bad look for us.
Even if they don't necessarily know who did it, the fact that the High Priest has been murdered...
Oh, they will blame, you know.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Humble folk extremists.
Yes, absolutely. We will be blamed, we will be pillaged, it will be bad.
If it is known who did it, you
Yikes.
two specifically will be blamed. Major Kesh Glitterweave will be blamed.
Yeah, I love the idea of becoming, what would be the Humblewood equivalent of a fatwa?
Most wanted, definitely.
Yeah. I love the idea of a whole cult wanting me dead. Makes me feel so important. So, if he is pro-cult, I don't think killing him is an option.
Right.
Listen, I don't think that killing him should be our first or even second plan, but the cult would have a hard time framing us if we framed them first. Julio, are you still able to change what you look like?
Yes.
You may be, this would have the second benefit of giving you a way in. But if you were to disguise yourself as a birdfolk worshipper of Titan, who looks quite conspicuous, and you're seen to be going into a private meeting with Viscar, and then seen to be leaving that private meeting with Viscar, and if Viscar happens to end up dead, then it would be very difficult.
Or missing.
Yes. I just want to reiterate, I don't think that we should be going in there intending to kill Viscar, but if worse comes to worse, then...
Okay. Do we have any preferences on how I look as a birdfolk?
May I suggest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Beta.
Oh. I mean, wouldn't that implicate Beta then? That's a problem for us.
She's not
Yes.
here. There are dozens of witnesses to say she's not here.
We're trying to frame the other person just in case we do have to.
Ooh, then Larimar.
Larimar, I know how they look, right? I saw them. We went into their
Yes, you've
office
met
when
You've
they
met
were
them,
there.
yeah.
Oh, I can look like Larimar.
I feel much more comfortable with the idea of framing Larimar for possible
Yes.
murder.
Or
Yes.
Council Member Sobel,
cannot
if you
emphasise
prefer.
this, I would rather we
I haven't seen Sobel.
Oh, true. All right. I thought
I'm sure we
Sobel's a
could draw you
man.
picture, but
quite
No,
I
let's
don't know if
go
that's. I don't know
Larimar.
if that's useful for you. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Larimar, easy.
Wow.
Okay.
You guys certainly know how to have fun.
What?
I don't
All right.
know why we're. This plan is-
you've met my family, Bennick.
I know, and I keep getting reminded with that letter. Like, what was that? Anyway, welcome. Long
Letter?
story.
All right. Okay. Well, splendid. All right. So, if necessary, but ideally no.
Yes.
Yes.
That was sort
is
of
my
what I
point.
was operating on. Okay. All right.
Yes,
So, well,
like-
we are there with Larimar to have a meeting with. That'll help us get in as well, I imagine.
Yes,
but it
actually.
But
Probably won't.
I would prefer not to be recognised.
I hope it won't do us it.
That can be
Well,
accomplished.
Well, if we send
Yes.
Julio as Larimar in the front and then we sneak in the back.
Well,
Yeah.
I can
Oh.
be invisible.
I can. Well, you can. Can you? Can you? Oh. Jolly good. Where do these
And
tunnels go?
Cash. We list off the different places that the tunnels go to. One
of them goes to the
exits
temple's basement.
shortly. The
It's the-
temple's basement.
Yeah, we're going to come up in the basement.
It's
you know
sealed, and
what?
you have not unsealed it.
That's fine.
And
I'm
it
sure we can
goes
work
up
it out.
into the catacombs of the temple, which are not
That's
open
cool.
for public consumption.
Right, okay, we're going to go in the
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Also,
This was a very
Eric,
funny thought
Surely different.
exercise. We have a backup plan now.
Eric, if we do
But
go,
if all goes to shit, go into the catacombs and we find the tunnel.
yeah, and also, if I go as Larimar, do you have the ability of giving me a more like charismatic look?
Not right now, no.
Ah, damn it. Okay.
Look, I doubt you'll have to really interact with many people.
Yeah,
Just-
just go in
just-
there
Yeah, just
with
stride
confidence.
with confidence
Just look important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Act like you're supposed to be there.
and pissy, I guess.
Possibly. Remember that Larimar's office was broken into this morning. by persons unknown.
So,
And,
a giant stick up your butthole.
You're there, you're angry, you're possibly investigating, and now you're here to see Mr. Mentax or Viscar about it. Right, well, splendid. Okay. I'm up for
I
it.
will say, Cash, I understand you not wanting to be seen, but you're not currently wanted. And you and Bennett would probably be two of the most likely people that Larimar would recruit to assist in an investigation.
Yes, but again, it's the whole not wanting to be implicated in a murder.
True.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Well, how about you disguise yourselves?
sounds like a plan. Old school, you know.
I would rather not be recognized my own self if it's all the same to everybody else. So possibly, can I get a little bit of a once-over as well?
Oh, I have a lot of melons on hold. Like, I have a bunch.
I don't know if I could pull that look off, I'll be honest.
I can do a little
I'm a
scratch
bird.
card as well.
Whilst I know mammals do, we don't.
I don't have
montage
anything.
time.
I think it's going to be a mundane makeover.
Oh, no, that's what I meant. Yes. I was just going to see if I
yeah.
couldn't dye my feathers or something.
Yeah,
Have the
I got
dice
it.
ready? There.
Of course.
You have some melons,
Do I
some
need to-
cantaloupes. Let's go.
Do I need to roll?
Yes.
Well,
But it'll be with advantage, given that Cash is using her Scroungecraft to help.
to help you.
Nice. So what am I rolling?
Almost the exact opposite, Bishop Blood.
Sparday?
Sparday? No.
We've earned a Sparday, but
Sleight of hand, I think it was.
All right. Sleight of hand with advantage.
is like-
Let's go.
Ahead of time sleight of hand.
Ooh, 26.
Yeah.
nice.
Cash, you return to your Vulpin persona. A fursona, if you will.
no,
Nice.
no, shut it down.
Welcome, who has the feathers of a barn owl, I believe. Think I said that? Has now gone. Because he had the massive eyebrows, didn't he? Was that Viscar? Mentax? Someone along those lines. Anyway, yes, has gone black. You've used ash and soot to make him. Yeah, he is now a black owl. He said, "Yeah, I don't mind this actually. Quite fetching." I wonder what Vita. What do you think Beta would think? Do you think?
Sorry, I just want to point out that Bishop Blood proposes that the opposite of a Sparday is a Tar Knight.
Nice.
No time for a Sparday. I guess we're having a tar night.
And because my disguise self is also just 1 hour, I will wait until we're like close to destination to probably.
Good idea. It only changes
How long
your.
does it
It's an hour, isn't it?
take us to...
To get there.
How long does it take us to make up, to do the disguise?
Probably 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that a short rest?
It would be a short rest, sure.
Can I...
Particularly if you're not actually getting. Yeah, you can attune.
Fantastic.
Oh,
What have I
definitely
done
to
to
the book.
myself?
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes.
Eric, this is a ring of animal influence.
Oh, look at that.
If I look
Nice.
that up on D&D Beyond, will I be able to find that?
Should be able to.
That's in the book, right?
It is in the Dungeon Master's Guide. It does have a small issue with it.
You're allergic
That-
to
that aren't-
animals.
There aren't any animals in this world?
No, it's almost the exact opposite. The ring has
Oh,
3
I see.
charges. It regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. While wearing the ring, you can use an action to expend one of its charges to cast one of the following spells. Oh, it's actually got 3. I apologize. I misread it. Animal Friendship, Fear, and Speak with Animals. Fear
Yeah.
has to target only beasts which have an intelligence of 3 or lower.
Do those
So what-
exist in this world?
Yeah.
Oh, Wakeworm.
Yeah, it wouldn't work on a person in this world, but yeah, there are definitely animals. Yeah. It does,
Okay.
however, have a mild, not a curse exactly, but there is an issue with it. But you
Does
can't
he know?
tell what it is from
Oh, God.
attuning to it.
So what were the 3 spells it does again?
Fear, animal friendship, and speak with animals.
Speak with animals.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Do I have to
Ring of
achieve
branching. Yes, the super shepherd. Exactly.
It's no attunement, so just equip them.
Nice.
Make me an investigation check
Hmm.
as you're attuning to it.
Also, one thing, guys, if we're taking a short rest, me, Cash, and Eric get 3 temp HP just in case of a fight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
18 investigation.
I would say you aren't. Julio is working the entire time.
Oh, from the makeup.
He's having to disguise people. If you are actually going to take a short rest as well, you can. But it will add another half hour. It's not that mild. That's not mild. An investigation check, you read on the inside of the band, very faintly, it's almost rubbed out, the name Noah has been inscribed on it.
Does that name mean anything to me?
Nope.
Oh,
It
no.
only works on pairs of animals.
You have to do it on 2 at once.
All right, that's me. That's let's see this montage happen.
Yeah, do I have to attune to the book? Or is it just
Yeah, you do.
the bound thing? I
Yeah.
also do that.
Very well. You do not acquire any mild curses.
Yay!
You were hoping you would, wouldn't you?
I was like,
No, please, please,
Now
the thing
you're-
be the
now
curse.
you're
Please
evil.
be the curse.
oh,
Yeah, your alignment has shifted. But other than that, no.
it's fine. It's fine. I'm glad that
Wait,
I don't
shifted
become
to
allergic
good?
to anything.
Is Bennett good now?
Chaotic vegetarian.
No, this is the worst curse ever.
That's too cruel.
How will you
Needn't
eat your
it-
chicken now,
Anything.
Dan?
It's no magic. Get me out of here.
All right. So yeah, you go up to the temple.
Yep.
How long do you take? Are you taking a short rest?
I don't need a short rest, so Cash is raring to go.
And Julio, are you good to not have a short rest?
Yep, that's fine. That's fine. I
Okay.
don't think I've lost any hit points or anything. So
Bennick has to be disguised. So Bennick,
Bennick and Cash and Welcome all need to be discussed.
yeah.
Yep,
and
yep, yep.
Julio is the person doing the disguising. So the only
Yes.
person who really gets to have a short rest is Eric, though I will allow Bennick
Okay.
in this time to attune to that book. Because it's really
'cause I'm just
sitting
still being
there
like-
being painted, essentially. Yeah.
While
But
the
Cash
theme
is
from
helping.
Pretty Woman plays.
Cash is helping Julio do that. So Cash is actively doing
Okay.
something.
I'm going to roll 1 or 2 hit dice just to bring me back up to full,
Sure.
which is still not 69 because we still haven't had a long rest.
True.
I'm at
a
48.
You go and see Viscar. You get to the front. Presumably, Julio casts the disguise self shortly before you get to the area around the place. And
I'm sorry. I'm wondering if some of us shouldn't come in from the catacombs. That way, we can find the entrance and make sure that it is open in case of a hasty exit. And B, it also lets some of us get in there without too much of an issue of being
the
detected.
catacombs are a bit of a warren.
I'm worried that whoever goes in there is just going to get lost.
Well, there's that. I don't know my way around there particularly well. It is very much a sort of catacombs. It's a maze. not a maze, but it's twisty turny. Wouldn't
my
necessarily
only
be a
concern
bad
is-
idea to open the way prior,
Yes,
so
I
that we
think
can
should
have a
at
way
least do
out.
that.
That's not
Because
a bad
if
thought.
it is a warren, if it is a maze, then I don't know what chance we would have of trying to find an exit that we have no idea. What it
Maybe
looks like.
maybe open it up, have a stick a beak out, like get your bearings, so you know where you are. But I think we should all go in together. I'd really, because
The
Okay.
thing is,
You-
if we go
people
down
aren't
the
al-
catacombs and get lost on the way out, you know, it doesn't matter so much if we spend some time trying to work out where the hell we are. Whereas on the way in, time is more of a factor.
Well, it might be an issue if we're being chased.
Yes, but hiding is an option.
if you're
Kesh,
being
would
chased,
you like?
if you're being chased, then you'll be being chased because this place is probably a cult place, and they'll know the location of this exit.
Cash, what do you think? Should we open up the exit now and just figure out where it is, or not worry about it?
Well, they think it's sealed. So if we quickly unseal it and try and at least get a rough idea of where it is, then we have that in our back pocket if we need it. But
I
it's
think
not
that's a good
ideal.
idea.
Very well.
It does
All right.
stand the chance of, if there are cultists walking around, that they could stumble on into our super secret lair.
We don't want that.
Well, you
Very
open
good.
it up. You go up. I will say Eric and one other, probably Welcome or Cash. Cash and Eric go up and have a peek.
I give them my flowchart map to be like update
sure.
the note.
Yeah. It proceeds another 50 odd feet beyond where it has been locked off, and then comes to a stone wall, flat. And a small amount of investigation later finds a handle on the wall. In here, it is not hard to find, which pushes the stone out and across with a soft rumble. Exiting, you find yourselves, and can I get stealth checks, please?
Excellent. Wait for one of us to roll a 1 and really fuck this up.
Is this dimly lit?
Yeah.
15.
Yeah.
If you don't have a light source with you, it will be, yeah.
Yeah, so dimly lit, bro.
With a 4 and a 1, I got a 10.
Should have kept my mouth shut.
Great. Yeah. You stick your nose
10's
out.
not bad.
It's not great. It's pretty shit, really. You stick your nose out and find yourself in a tunnel. Not unsurprising, I suppose. The floor is wooden, but the stone tablet that moved out of the way is actually a statue of I believe it was a servant. Oh no! I know it's a Vulpin. It is a statue of the Amaranthine Kren.
Checks out.
In their wolf aspect. So it is sort of, you know, it's quite oriental style, the dragon or the tiger, where the head is at the bottom and the body sort of goes up, and that's that sort of style. But it's a fox made of shadows, and the stone is a sort of a dark stone. And there is magic coming off it, carved into these whirling fog cloud sort of things. It looks pretty dope, but it's, like, I wouldn't mind having it in my house, but I wouldn't want it in my bedroom, that sort of thing. Change the mood a bit. You stick your nose out. Your passive perception, Eric and Kesh, however, is both quite high, and less than 10 seconds after you stick your nose out, you hear approaching footsteps.
I think we should stick our noses back in.
Yes. Move the thing back in.
You stick your noses back in and you pull the lever, closing the thing behind you. You know how to open it from that side.
Was there anything opposite the statue of Kren?
No, it's a blank wooden wall. Composed, made of tree.
Sure. All right, that's something. I'll do what I can to recall that, to store that point of interest.
Yeah. Are you the kind of Corvum that just has really good recall? Or is that the other kind of Corvum?
I don't know. I don't think it's me. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure as a Dusk Corvum, my special thing is having advantage on stealth.
Yeah, I think that's
Nevermore
is the
Nevermore
other
the
kind.
nerd.
Yeah. Nerd! Yeah, no,
what a nerd.
Has perfect recall. And can assess the value of items. I think that's the other thing they can do.
I can do that. I think
that
that's
might just
an
be a
every
Corvum
Corvum
thing.
thing. Yeah.
Just a Corvum thing.
Hashtag just
Which
call
I
it
could have used on the ring, funnily enough.
Well, you know its value, yeah.
It also determines magical properties. But yeah, now we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Free identify.
No, sure. Essentially, yeah. You're both nerds.
Yeah.
All
Was
Corvum.
there ever any doubt?
Hashtag all Corvum. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, we already knew that.
I do want to definitely seal the tree entrance as well.
Yeah. That utilizes plant growth, does it not?
Well, how did we get out in the first place? Because I didn't say that I used it.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've been saying that you've been casting plant growth and that a casting of plant growth will do 2.
I think that I may have been owed one because I used a higher level slot earlier, so we can say that got us into the catacombs.
If you're running, you probably don't want to unseal it. It takes about 10 seconds to unseal the passageway, but if you are running, you could seal it behind you afterwards, maybe.
Yeah, great. Okay. I will leave it unsealed, but I will let whoever is still... I don't know how many brigadiers or anything are still here, but whoever is here, I will let know to keep an eye on that tunnel.
Very well. Kesh could even instruct a few to guard it.
Yeah. Make sure nobody comes down
You have military backup, and for the next half day or so, you have significant military backup. If you want significant military backup, you could have it. You could have a squad. Heck, you could have a platoon in the tunnel waiting. If you need backup, they could come. If you made, say, I don't know, a thunderclap, they would know to come out in force. I don't know if that's necessarily a good idea or something you want to do, but you could. I'm just putting the idea out there.
My suggestion, Kesh, would be that if anyone who isn't us comes into that tunnel, they don't leave.
That is a very good idea. You hear that one, chaps?
Yeah, the squad that you were being left behind, well, like you were being left 2 squads, basically. One of them is currently in the tunnel, headed up by a young but stern-looking Mapatch gentleman, and he just salutes smartly, clicks his paws together, and turns to issue the appropriate orders, keeping 3 of his 10 on watch at any one point. It's not a particularly wide corridor. They couldn't all engage at once, but they are setting up a sort of a defensive position with a barricade if they want to fight behind. Some of them have ranged weaponry, and so you will have your backs covered. And
I will tell the commander like a passphrase. I'm just like, if we come down here and there's someone, like there's people with us, if I tell you to remain calm, everything's all right, that means
that's a problem, is it?
we are present under duress and you need to rescue us. Okay?
Noted. Very well, sir. And do you want a passcode, sir? If you have No concerns at all, sir.
I'll salute you if everything's okay.
Yes, sir. And he marches smartly away. Cool beans. So you then proceed with your original plan, going in through the front door. So, Council Member Larimar and your bodyguard of a nondescript... What does Bennick look like? How have we disguised Bennick? This fairly distinctive-looking Egyptian vulture person.
Well,
do you think?
Daria, I have no control over this situation.
Yeah, this is true.
Ah.
I mean, you have
okay.
some control. You could have input if you want, but I love giving it to Daria.
Yeah, I have... He has no fucking clue, dude.
Well, okay, this is something that Julio never said to Bennick, but Bennick looks fucking weird. He doesn't have any feathers on the face, which I don't think Julio ever saw. Yeah, I mean, like, Julio never saw such a bird before. So he just like automatically decides to cover that all up with feathers. And just start. I don't fucking know. Yeah. So we I guess this is just like stealthy revenge for that curse information that he did in fact eat a Jervine. So he's like,
asked me.
we need the feathers from your ass to go to your face. Let's go. And he just covers it all.
So he's got a feather mustache.
Yeah.
Excellent. Have we?
Wow.
It's been primarily altering the shape and style of his face.
Yes, and also he has a naked butt now. Yeah.
Love it, because that's not weird.
Thank
Slightly
you.
Covered by his,
deep plume
attire.
feathers.
We
need to give him some pants.
Yeah. He's not
One of these
Donald
days.
Ducking
One
it
of these
around
days.
anymore. And Julio is going to look like Larimar. Kesh looks like a Vulpin now, a sexy Vulpin, or have we gone slightly more military looking?
Scary Vulpin.
Scary Vulpin.
Intimidating.
Baboon ass Bennick. Yeah, underneath the feathers, it's rings of red.
Yep.
Look,
like
she
the
liked it
eyes.
that way.
Yeah, that's true. How do you think it got that way? Cool.
Whoa.
So so on one side, Larimar has a military and intimidating looking Vulpin woman. On the other side, an armored black Streg, and walking behind her, a very unusual looking birdfolk wizard.
So I don't even look like a wizard. I don't have like my robe or anything.
So
My identifying mark.
a weird looking
just,
jock.
Yeah, I just have like a basic ass commoner, dude.
All right, and there's
Just
one
somehow
guy.
like that.
While an invisible guy walks alongside them.
I'm going to let them know that I'm going to be in between Kesh and Wilcrum whenever I can. So I imagine there being like a radius that they give space for.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be sitting inside of that.
They're moving in like a diamond formation, and you're in the middle. Yeah. Very well. So, Julio, Council Member Larimar, you approach the outside of the temple, and a very officious-looking birdfolk perch guard, a gallus with the neck of a turkey. Well, all of them is a turkey. They're a turkey, but yeah, they've got the gobbles of a turkey. Sort of struts up and looks you over, and then says, "Councilman, your guards, are they necessary?"
Have you heard what's been going on lately? Of course they're necessary. Get out of the way.
Make me a persuasion check or intimidate. What are you trying to do? Which is your...
Persuasion. I'm trying
Deception,
to, like,
intimidation, any of these would work in this situation. So you can pick, basically.
I will choose persuasion because like Larimar is trying to direct their attention to the news about like the breaking in. So I'm kind of using it as evidence why I need all these peeps with me.
Yeah.
That's cool. I don't have any inspiration or nothing. I just need to roll well. Shit.
Just a reminder, chat. You can give Daria the inspiration she needs.
17 though.
17. The turkey goes, "Oh, yes, of course. The perch guard failed you, councilman. It will not happen again." And bows and lets you enter the temple. Nice.
We go in, and Latimer's like,
Not enough points yet, Lilith. No. But soon.
I'll say it's the thought that counts, Lilith, but unfortunately
yeah, we appreciate it.
So
I appreciate the thought, but it doesn't count.
Here's the thing. None of you know where Viscar's office would be.
No.
It is a large building. It's bigger than the council chambers. This is a big space, and I will describe it. I will change the music.
Just get Viscar to come to us.
While you're finding those details, Invisible Eric is just going to put a reassuring claw on Julio's back. Just like, good job.
The interior of the temple is spacious but poorly lit. It possesses many windows, but all are composed of the translucent green leaf matter similar to the one in your hideout. Much in the same vein as a stained glass window, but it's all greens with the veins of the leaves across them. And it occludes much of the sun, granting the building a cool but muted vibe. In places around the exterior, there are services being conducted at minor shrines and altars to specific amaranthines. There is one altar or shrine to every amaranthine in the place, and some to major astorials as well. But the next main service will be at dusk, where the entire temple is sort of devoted primarily to the principal altar. All of the tables, or all of the pews, the places of worship to sit on, are actually circular. They're more like rises, and you can all just perch on, regardless of which way you want to face. So they can be used for different services at different times of the day. You would know that the service at dusk, which is... name an NPC has been redeemed. Orwin Bricklehackle. Bicklehackle. Love it. Bicklehackle.
Archbishop Testicle.
Shush. It's already been done. Arch Testicle.
Grundle Taint Smith.
Not many people know, but that is my maiden name.
Grundle or Tainsmith?
Both.
I didn't know you were married, so
Yes.
we're finding out lots of law.
No, it's
more you know.
hyphenated. Yeah. Well, it was before she got married. It was Daria Grundle Tainsmith. Of the Moscow Tainsmiths.
And imagine, if that's what I did not redact, imagine what is.
Yeah.
I just love that the Russian translates into that so cleanly.
Grundle
Yeah.
Tainsmith. Dull Taintsmith.
Josh said no, but they're clearly writing it down.
I'm fucking saving it for something. Just maybe not a
We're
serious
about
story.
to do 12 days of shenanigans, so...
Grundle Tainsmith. All right. And, there's an Olympic champion in Assassin's Creed Odyssey called Testicles. Yeah, I know. Best name. Balacum Chode. All right. So, yeah, that's the description. So, how do you find where you are going?
Well, how long until the dusk sermon?
The dusk sermon. Oh yeah, that was what I was talking about. So the dusk sermon is always delivered in the direction of the moon, but the moon moves, so you have to be able to follow it.
Okay,
on
but
your
like,
seat.
how much
So
time until then?
that was why I was mentioning it. But yeah, at least it's midnight, so at least 9 hours.
And do we see a lot of people milling about?
Well, no, sorry, it would be dusk, so 4 hours.
Okay.
There are 3 services currently going on. One to Henwin, the hedgehog deity. One to Hanera, the Gallus deity. And one to a major Amaranthine. In the far corner. Well, the building is actually mainly circular, but in quite a ways off. If you come in and just stand there looking a bit lost, would you do that? Or yeah,
No, because
there is
I
a
don't
few
think
people milling.
Larry
right?
There were a few people milling around. There are, but there would be priests, acolytes, people moving around, like relighting candles, replacing
Should I
stuff, doing some
call?
cleaning. The place is never closed.
I don't think it would be suspicious to have, Larimar whip around and being saying, just because my guards are necessary doesn't mean that I don't expect an escort.
You
I
can
mean-
communicate that to Larimar.
I've seen
Yeah,
every
yeah.
single council person, right? Because
Yes, you could. Yes, you do know what Viscar looks like.
I could call.
But you're not Bennick right now.
Oh, no, I could sending Viscar.
Yeah. And what are you going to say? You're not Bennick. The Bennick is not coming to
No,
meeting.
like
If
councilman.
only
Where's
someone
your-
has message.
Yeah,
Message is
councilman
really
knows.
what we need.
Message is
Fuck
what
you.
really we
You
need.
can't see him.
I have message, but I don't. This place is huge, right? He might be further than 120
Yeah.
feet away.
Let's try what Kesh says, and while we come in, Larimar is like huffing and saying, "Well, this is an important meeting. I expect you to go in front and announce my presence."
I hate this Larimar persona.
a furtive. Oh, it's very accurate. A slightly distracted looking priest comes up. A hedgehog. Is like, yes, councilman. Hello. We were not anticipating your visit. Are you here on business, or do you wish to worship?
Business for now. Fellow councilman is awaiting for me.
Councilman Viscar, the High Priest. Yes, of course. We were not expecting you. I can certainly show you to him, but I believe he is in meetings.
Who would dare take my slot?
Yes. I presume this is to do with the break-ins, and therefore it will obviously receive priority. Make me a intimidation.
Okay.
With advantage,
still
because
not-
you are doing very good, RP. And this
Okay,
person
thank you.
is, yeah.
My intimidation is worse, but we'll see. 12.
Yes. We shall, of course, attempt to roll higher than that. Excellent. No. I rolled a 9. This person is... Yes. We will, of course, the councilman will seek to accommodate you. Please follow me.
I'm glad that worked.
This little hedge person trundles along in front of you. Like you
As
are.
we go and they're not looking at us, I will discreetly high five Kesh.
It's a low 5. It's like, yeah, down low. Just knock it. Yeah, you
That's
do that. Yeah. once you travel, they take you up the nave and into a set of double doors that proceed deeper into the into the wood of the tree, and yes, through a couple of the tunnels are very organic. There isn't. There isn't a yes. Well within the wood, many of the chambers you pass through have a highly organic feel to them. The floors aren't level, and the walls are rarely straight. After a minute or so of twisting and turning, you pass several passageways heading down and around, and one leading upwards. All very natural. Like you feel like the inside of an ant's nest, that sort of thing. And it actually, it almost, like termites dug it more than people, but it was very much grown. There is no chopping, there would be like marks on the walls if it was cut. This is grown out this way. You arrive at an unassuming wooden door, and the priest says, "Please, in here." You find within a little waiting room. There are 2 bird folk sitting in it already. Yes, in the waiting room is a cramped affair with a small clock on one wall and a pair of bird folk sitting in uncomfortable chairs nearest the door. It's sort of kidney-shaped. Again, very organic shape, and at the narrow end is where the where the door is. There is a second door on the inside, that presumably heads through into Larimar's office. And this priest says, "I will just announce you, if you don't mind." And the bird folk, who are presumably waiting for Viscar's time, sort of look and glare like, "The hell? You are getting preference over us? I don't care who you are." And one of them looks like a priest, the other does not. And they don't appear to be waiting together. They're just waiting in the same room. And there is a gentle, "High Priest, it is I, Oswin. I'm just coming in." Yes. And goes in. And Olwen, there is a through the door. There's the high pitched sort of yes, and then is the other tone you hear. Thank you. I'll be here all
Animal
week.
Crossing.
Yeah.
Text box.
Yes, you're very tall for a giant.
They're practicing their a cappella.
The Olwen comes back out and says, "The councilman will see you. Please. Nice as are they. Thank you, Laurite. Yes. Well spotted. You've got a very high voice for a boxer. You've got a very low voice for a girl.
By the way, I just want to, because I want to be above board, that 14 that I rolled a little while ago was the D20 roll that I rolled for my last charge of the invisibility cloak to see if it just got destroyed, and it is all good.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, the stress.
Damn it.
But won't
trolling.
get another charge until I roll a 4 on a D4 at dawn.
Yeah.
When he immediately does that. Cool. You enter the office. Viscar's office is a cozy but quite spacious affair, and Viscar sits at a well-used desk on the right-hand side. At the northern end of the room, a large archway heads through into what you would presume to be a private worship area. There is bookshelves and a table full of, it looks like potions of various type. The priest says, "Councilmember Larimer, I shall. Would you like me to remain, or shall I? And
This is a private affair.
Of course.
She says, flanked by 3 people.
Yeah. And the High Priest says, yes, Bicklehackle, go and do as I bade. Thank you. And Orwin Bicklehackle does.
Nice. Can I just say, we were thinking so much about how to get there. We didn't even discuss what are we going to say to the guy.
Nope.
So
we're just gonna talk.
I suppose I'm just gonna
You've
be
got the
continuing
letter.
with
You've got the
Larimar.
letter from Bita. And Welcome has not been informed what you wanted to. He just asked, and if he is a part of the cult.
Yeah. So
No,
I
we
guess
did tell him what we wanted, and that we're gonna tell him. Yeah.
But because I'm still like perceived as Larimar, I wanna try and see if this guy is on the level. If I try to bring up the cult as Larimar, how
So it's worthy to note that you only look like Larimar. You have heard her speak exactly once, and it was about 2-3 weeks ago.
Surely that dude knows what Larimar says.
And this is a guy who has probably worked with her on the daily for several years.
I have COVID. I'm sorry.
Corvid, no.
Yeah, Corvid. I have a sick case of Corvid right now. My throat is just the worst.
Council member, how are you? Doing all right after the break-in?
Larimar will take like a dramatic sip of water, like clear the throat, and say, "I should be asking you the same question."
Well, it wasn't my office that was broken into. Can you make me a deception check?
Yes, I'll
Or
try.
Performance.
Both bad. I'll go with
worst part.
deception.
No, you got it. You got it. It's fine.
I mean, I would have.
I'm
got it if
handballing
Chad
you
was
all of
merciful.
these charisma checks.
You're
Yeah,
okay. I believe.
Okay,
do it.
let's do it. I cannot do it. 14. Well, what if we rolled
is
one?
performance the same?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely the same.
Ooh.
Oh no. Yes, it is.
Yeah. All right. He narrows his eyes a little bit and he says, "You all right?"
Not really. A lot has been happening recently. I'm sure you know that our more dedicated friends have been having trouble. And I'm like looking at him like a hawk.
He says, "I'm uncertain about what you're referring to. Larimar?"
I would like to roll an insight check, please.
Sure.
Me too. Like how sus of me is he right now?
Oh, okay. So you're rolling for that.
Incredibly, yeah.
What are you trying to determine, Eric?
Whether he actually isn't aware of what she refers to.
He is not certain what she is referring to. Yeah, you're 15. He isn't sure what she means. But it's hard to say in exactly what context. Because, yeah, there's a lot of ways that could be
It
interpreted.
was pretty vague.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Julio, a 10 is enough to guess that he's probably suspicious. That the tone of his voice when he said Larimar is like the fuck is
Question
this?
mark. Yeah. And also, how long have I been in Larimar form at this point?
About 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes. Okay. So I will not drop it then, in case we need to skedaddle quickly. But I understand that I am not fooling anyone. I've seen
Julio,
Larimar
you
exactly
have
once.
just received inspiration from Bishop Blood.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Why not before that? But okay, sure. I'll try to salvage the situation.
He is like,
Okay. Okay, then I'll give it one more shot as Larimar and say, well, you are, I assume, aware of why exactly people broke into the council chambers and what they tried to take.
Well, I could have a guess. Make me another performance check.
Okay. I'll use my inspiration.
I mean,
Please roll good. Okay. 20.
filthy
Dirty
20. All right. Yeah, he says, well, I could take a guess. If that shrine in your office is still there. And I think we'll leave it there while we have a quick little breaklet.
We gotta kill this dude.
So we will go for a short little break, guys, because we've been streaming for a couple of hours now, and we'll get right back into it in 5 minutes. So say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Vast ahoy and g'day, mateys. We be back for some more RP, where we are trying to determine whether or not council member Viscar is in fact Sussy Flower. Larimer.
Yeah. So he just said because of your shrine, probably. Yeah.
Yes.
And Larimer will like lower the voice and like almost theatrically whisper and say, "They are trying to tamper with the plans, and I am here to have a counter plan, a counter strategy that only you and I would know. Because right now, I do not trust anyone else."
Not even Sobel? You and he are thick as thieves, are you not?
Well, usually yes, but I have a rumor that Bita is quite suspicious of him right now. Being in his presence might be a bit of a risk to any of us.
Council member, I have made my position on this very clear. I will be party to some of your schemes, but I will see none come to harm over it.
I understand your position very well. However, right now, I need your counsel on what to do with, well, the whole operation now that we have Glitterweave and the rest of these little pests on our tail.
The Major? You believe she...
Oh, yes.
What information does she have?
Well, she's digging, that I know.
You may make insight checks if you like. I feel like you probably would.
Rips hood up dramatically. I know everything.
Now's the big reveal.
Yeah, like what's his take on Cash? Oh, I'm rolling shit. Like, who are you sweating bullets?
Eric,
I'm even gonna try.
he and Cash will probably want to make this roll too. 25.
Nice.
Eric and Cash are two high whiz characters. Both of you pick up. He is surprised at the mention of Cash Glitterweave. She has not really been a name that has been brought up to him. He said, "I thought you were keeping her occupied. Is that no longer the case?"
Well, who do you think broke into the offices?
You believe it was Glitterweave? Didn't think that was her MO.
Connected.
I
believe
see.
it is connected, yeah. I feel like she's scheming, so
Surely I heard it was a Jabin and a Corvum.
She has people working with her. And Larma will get a bit closer and look into the eyes of this guy and say, "I am here on a personal note. I need guidance on what to do in this trying time."
Very well. I am more than happy to gift of my experience. What particularly do you think? Are you asking for my opinion on what we do about Glitterweave?
Yes, and should we postpone the plans or should we accelerate what's going on?
I have not... You know I don't know everything that you have going on. So I don't know what it is you're doing, and therefore I cannot really put forward any strong opinions on time frame. But regarding Glitterweave, do what you did before. Find her a job, something useful away, out of the way. Get her off, sent off a long way away. Possibly you aren't sending her far enough. She's useful.
Larimer will
Yes?
Larimer will turn to the bodyguard and say, well, what do you think about this?
Is that it? Is this the reveal?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm like putting it in Kesh's hands, like whether Kesh wants to or not.
Well, I resent being sent away on busy work just because I happen to be inconvenient.
Do you rip off the mask?
I'm not wearing a mask, but
Tears off face skin.
ow, ow.
Ah!
Yes!
It was old lady Cat.
Oh,
all
God!
along.
Oh!
And I would have gotten away with the two if it wasn't for you, meddling
Guy who
priests.
runs the water slide. Stupid meddling kids. So you make it clear that it is Kesh Glitterweave under there.
Well, yeah, I make who I am play and watch his reaction very intently.
His reaction, I'll let your 25 carry over. He is confused. He looks to Larimar and then says, "What is the purpose of this, Larimar?"
I think you should read this. We have the letter, right?
You're handing him the letter from
Yeah.
Bita?
Let's confuse him even fucking more. What do you think?
The
Yeah.
letter from Bita saying, "Hey, I don't know if you know, but there's a cult." That one? And maybe you should get out of Alderheart? That's the letter you're
I
giving
feel
him?
like getting him off balance as much as we can is like the best thing to
He
do.
is
This
so
is chaotic and I
unbalanced right
love
now.
it.
We're really
Yeah.
Operation Gaslight, dude. It's like, where is the
Yep.
truth? Where is the
Gaslight
truth?
gatekeep girl boss.
So he takes a letter from you. Has a look down. You are someone who he has been convinced is Larimar.
Yep.
And this is a letter from Bita saying, "Hey, Larimar is not to be trusted." Are you aware of the contents of this?
Are you?
Well, yes, I just read it. Larimar, stop playing games.
I'm gonna elbow Julio in the ribs.
Julio's just way too into it right now, just doing as much as he can to like stack the confusion.
I'm gonna elbow him harder.
Ow.
Ow.
I think now might be the time to dispense
Okay.
with
I-
other
The
subterfuges.
bull. Yes, I think now might be.
I will
Council
snap a
member
finger.
Beta, and I recognize her handwriting, says that there is an evil cult dedicated to the birdfolk supremacy within the Alderheart and within the wood. Telling me something of which I am perfectly well aware.
I will let my disguise
Mostly
self.
because you told me, Larimar, when you brought me in.
There is no Larimar here, and Julio will appear as the Jeremy.
Kesh is gonna go lock the door, by the way.
So we have your we have shit on you. You just said it.
I'm gonna go with Kesh, and after she locks the door, I'm just gonna put a talon on her shoulder to indicate that I'm gonna be standing there in front of the door, and then gently kind of guide her away from it.
Very
I'm
good.
still gonna try and remain as nameless as possible, just in case it might benefit me to not be associated with this crap when it all goes down.
At this point, Welcome would speak. Council member, you are aware of what the cult prays to? Of course I'm aware. I know that voice. Welcome, is that you? Yes, council member. And he sort of brushes the ash out of his feathers a bit. It is I. Yes, I know who it worships. Then you know why I am here, sir. I heard you renounced it. Can't blame you. Unfortunately for you, well, unfortunately for me, my faith is stronger than yours. And I don't have the luxury of renouncing a deity just because I disagree with them. Welcome's like, Sir, that is not Titan. And he says, you don't think I didn't check. You think I just sat there and accepted it. That an amaranthine showed itself to me and I thought, yep, that's an amaranthine. I didn't bother to go and actually have a look. It is an amaranthine. You fool. An amaranthine came and told me something. Told me what it wanted. And I don't like it. But who am I to fly in the face of God?
That's a metal line.
So,
I'm going
Major
to speak
Glitterweave.
up at this point.
I just do the
I'm-
off the clenched fist thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to speak up. I'm still invisible. So this is going to probably seem weird. In fact, no, I'm going to uninvisible myself. I'm going to become visible. And I'm going to say, surely the fact that this amaranthine is masquerading as a different one undermines its message somewhat. And surely that is some kind of heresy that an amaranthine is pretending to be the father, the Night Father, and making decrees as such.
And how do you know? Eric Shadowmalt, isn't it? How do you know that it's an amaranthine masquerading as another? What proof do you have of that? You've met it, I suppose, as well?
Welcome has.
I have. And I did not think it was Titan. I injured it. Yes, well, that was foolish of you.
In what way foolish?
To anger a deity?
What? It's not a real one.
It is.
Yeah, but not the one that you think it is.
Again, you say this like you are certain. How do you know? Because I have looked into this creature's eyes, this deity's eyes, and I tell you, it is a deity.
Yeah. Oh, why is it lying to you then?
I have no idea that it is, and you have not yet presented me any proof that it is. It's just saying something you don't like, and I can understand why you don't like it. I can. I don't particularly care for the message either.
Then why follow it just because it's a deity? From where I'm standing, you're just blindly following something that you think you're supposed to.
The Father God, the creator of my species. One half of the duo that created the world, that set all things in motion, decreed that the bird folk be placed in charge for the good of the wood. I do not particularly care for the message, but I have to trust that my deity wouldn't be doing this for a bad reason.
But we have here standing with us a man devoted to that same deity who I would trust to know the difference between his worshipped deity and another who swears to us black and blue that it's not. And
Then-
the fact that he was able to use the holy power given to him by his deity to harm this deity surely says that it's not the same.
Welcome says, to harm the apparition of the deity on this plane, a tiny, tiny portion, but the point does stand, High Priest.
What sort of god would let you turn its own power on itself?
The Amaranthines don't choose what they do with the power once they give it out.
How convenient.
Even if it was a matter of choice, surely it would be immune to its own power.
Very well. Let us entertain the idea that you are right. And it's a different Amaranthine.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the argument any really different?
Why is the argument any really different? You're being hoodwinked by an incredibly powerful being for who knows what ends.
You see, the thing is, and here's the thing, it's a matter of he said and he said. I have met the creature. I have encountered it. I have applied my own, not inconsiderable matters of faith to this endeavor, determining its goal and purpose, and determining what and who it is. And I, unlike your friend here, am satisfied that it is Titan. And trust me, and you may not, but I went looking for proof. I didn't want to believe. But I came to the uncomfortable truth that it is a deity. One to which I am devoted, and as a member of, as the ranking priest in this city and of this faith, certainly within the wood, it is my responsibility to see its will done.
Tell
Hey,
us,
Moonblood.
High Priest, does any one deity rank above another?
Yes and no. They don't really... Were you to ask Ardea or Titan, they would say, we are not above the others. They don't control the others. They are not the bosses. You don't get to be an Amaranthine without having earned the trust of the two who started it all. So all the Amaranthines are free agents. There is no hierarchy, but there are the two that we venerate the most. If you say, as you say, if you are correct and that I have been hoodwinked somehow, and that it is in fact deceiving me, it is an Amaranthine. It would be for a reason that I have to assume is good.
Are the Amaranthine good?
Yes. Some are mischievous. Their ends are not always obvious. They are normally not. We are mortal beings. We cannot see how the great swaths of time that they perceive will change our actions. We have to trust. It is a matter of faith, and if you don't possess it in the same quantities as I will not judge you for it. But I ask that you do not judge me for possessing the faith to trust in the deities we all know to exist.
May I ask, you said that you sought out evidence that this was an Amaranthine. What evidence did you find?
I cast several spells on it.
And you don't think for 1 second that an Amaranthine might have the ability to manipulate such a endeavor?
Well, Major, you have just proved my own point. If
Yeah,
it
that
is an
means it
amaranthine,
is-
then it's an amaranthine. If it can hide itself from me, then yes, it could be a god. But that sort of solves the problem, doesn't it?
What about an
Question.
Astorial? Would an
An
Astorial, have
Astorial
that
would
same
read
kind
in a
of power?
similar manner, but there is orders of magnitude, and Welcome can tell you this as well. Miss Glitterweave, you possess a similar capacity, do you not? I can sense it in you. The ability to determine within a near radius whether or not something is what kind of being something is.
Yes.
I possess a similar capacity, though it is significantly more focused and significantly more powerful. Welcome possesses a similar ability, though not quite to my extent, and I'm sure he would freely admit that. And Welcome nods and says, I do. But mine gave me a very different result.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic. I don't explain what I'm doing. I just do it.
I would like to insight on kind of how honest he's being with us right now. Oh no, I don't. I crit fail.
Oof.
One's in chat.
Can I ask a question? And this is not really in character, but to the best of our knowledge, has there been any conflict between Amaranthines before in the future?
Ooh,
Like, do they actively work against each other ever?
that would be a religion check. To the best of your knowledge.
From me?
I was actually on the same train of
You
thought.
can
so
all
I would
ask
like
the
to
question
get in
if you
on
like.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I make that check?
Well, you can all roll it, yeah.
Religion or
Yeah.
history?
Religion.
And
18.
do you mention this out loud?
Ooh, they all
Yeah, sure.
know. They all got
We
it.
all know. We don't have to
Yay.
mention. We just know.
Oh, does Bennett know?
Oh, sick.
We all know.
Jesus.
Is that
Not directly.
Jesus isn't one of the Amaranthine.
Not yet. He's still an Astorial. He's got time. It is not commonly known of. The Astorials do. And there have in the past been differences of opinion between the Amaranthines, but it has never come to violence or anything that would be considered anything beyond an argument.
When was the last time that an Amaranthine appeared to make a declaration such as this?
As in you're asking the priest?
Yes.
Such as this. Well, Ardea's mission statement to the founders of the wood some 3,000 years ago would certainly qualify. There have been a few. When the Scorched Grove first became an issue, there was a directive from Gesmi concerning management of elementals and how. One that was deviated from quite badly by the tenders, actually. And I suspect why it took so long to solve.
Do I know anything about that?
Yes, you would. Basically, it's a slow doctrinal shift. And yes, Gesmi advised balance and understanding something that was just, when you're fighting a war, something that is really difficult. When the Scorched Grove first became a problem, yes, it was. Her notes were taken to heart, and in fact the tenders do practice a variation on her original idea, on her original sort of teachings, Gesme would be considered the founder of the Tender Order. But, yeah, the original proclamation, as it were, is not what the Tenders currently do, but it is what the gang did, was bring everything back into balance. Whereas the Tenders... I suppose Gesme, the primary difference is Gesme's teachings were a little bit more aggressive than the Tenders' fairly passive version of the same thing. The Tenders maintain rather than enforce is the big trick.
So would I feel that his comments were fair?
From a certain point of view, they're probably a little bit like it comes from a priest rather than a tender. It's a very high-minded ideal, but something that in practice would be very difficult to implement. You would be aware of that's the teachings and this is what we do, and there's a bit of a gulf, but not that big a gulf actually, and the end result is the same. So I think that why it took so long is a bit of a dickish thing to say in the presence of a tender, but you've accused him of some pretty dickish things. And he's miffed. And his next question would actually be, so, have I appeased you, or why did you come here?
Well, I have a follow-up question. How did these appearances of Amaranthine manifest themselves in the past? Because I would have thought that if the Father Amaranthine had such a bold declaration to make, that he would either make it publicly or at the very least to you directly. But as far as I understand, and you were the first that he came to.
No. But I was introduced to him. It was made to others. It was made some 50 years ago. I was not the High Priest of Alderheart when the original declaration was made, but he has expressed his wishes any number of times. But I shall turn your question back around on you. If such a declaration was made loud and publicly, what would be the outcome, do you suppose?
Panic, rioting.
War.
From those who weren't followers.
Of course. Against those who are.
I feel like I have a bit of evidence that might make your faith waver a little bit in what's going on. And Julio will get the brochure out, where he painstakingly highlighted the bits that were in Thieves' Cant that suggest a different ritual masquerading as one that is on the surface. And he will show this brochure and say, if you pay attention, you see that the things that are happening here are quite underhanded and made to appear like one ritual when in actuality is something else.
Yes. All those who practice this particular branch of the faith are obliged to do it in secret.
Isn't the ritual about killing people out of character? I'm not talking.
No.
There was the bits about the Jorvin hands, wasn't it?
Oh, there is some unsavory usage of various elements. But and he would acknowledge that. He said, yes. As I expressed to Not Larimer, I don't like it. A lot of the things they are doing, and I am, in my own way, trying to ameliorate some of what they are doing, but their whole goal is the culmination of this proclamation, as you call it. This whole business with the hands, I should hope they acquired them legally. And
Can
I have,
roll? Oh, sorry. You can finish.
you know, and I have to trust that Larimar did.
Ethically sourced Jabin hands.
Bennett
Bennett's just-
eats people.
I'm not even there. I haven't revealed myself.
I know. He didn't say that. That was Josh saying that.
Yeah.
Bennett
Oh.
ate a lot of people at the Avium.
I would like to roll a very specific insight check.
Please do.
I didn't
Is-
kill them.
Is
No.
is the issue here that he would be unwilling to admit that he has been duped on this level?
Make an insight.
I think he's just way too dogmatic. He believes the gods are good, and therefore whatever they do is good.
Is also
That's just what I think.
16.
16. You think there may be a little pride? But you also get that he doesn't like this. He's not being dishonest. He doesn't like what's being done. He told Larimar, like he said when he was talking to Larimar, that he doesn't know all their plans. And I don't know if you picked up on this, but he implied that it was because he didn't want to.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he is sort of burying his head in the sand a little bit regarding the cult. He acknowledges that they exist. They came to him to get his support. He gave it nominally. But he does not appear to be, whilst he is definitely a devout member, he is not necessarily an active member. He says...
Can I try something?
He will just say, so, this letter from Bita says that you have something you would like to request of me, which I presume is why you have come. So, put it to me.
I feel like the request may have shifted somewhat now that we have a better idea of your position. High Priest, tell us, if we were somehow able to find evidence that this is not Titon, even if it happens to be another Amaranthine, would that change your perspective on what's been said?
Yes. I don't
Then
like
I
the
would-
idea that I am being deceived, but, and I want this to be clear, young man, you haven't placed any before me.
Yes.
What proof would you consider convincing?
Well, therein lies the
Presumably-
trick, I suppose, because I've tried everything I know. So you'd have to find something I can't do.
Bennick. Shit. Sorry.
Oh.
Yes, Bennick's
God damn
here
it.
with us.
I was
Nice.
aware Larimar had told me that he was travelling in your company, but an interesting disguise.
It's the worst.
Um,
Speaking
Hey.
of, well, I have the thing. Since I cast Detect Magic, is he under the influence of something? Is there a spell on him?
No.
Are we being...
There
also
is,
are we
however,
being-
I forgot to mention, there is a butt-ton of magic coming out of his private shrine prayer room.
Right.
None of you have looked into it. I'm imagining this whole conversation, he's sitting at his desk, and you are in front of it, which means you cannot see into it particularly well. There is a soft glow coming from it. The glow is a light green, but in this place that's not hugely weird. But it is deeply magical what's going on in there.
That's not sus. Right.
It's not under the influence of a spell, but there's a suspicious amount of empty scotch bottles on the floor.
He's just.
I feel like the only thing that would serve as suitable evidence for you, High Priest, would be to have Titon himself appear before you and tell you that this has been a lie. And I might say that we're aware that Welcome here is not the only follower of Titon who believes this other Titon to be false. But, Benek, you recently came across an interesting spell book, did you not?
You can't be serious, man.
That's literally what the High Priest needs. It's worth a try, right?
Yeah, what to try?
Are we proposing?
I start to open the book. I'm like, if this goes, this is on your head, by the way. As I flip to the page.
Wait, are we just gonna do it? Don't you need?
I hate how Josh looks right now. I hate it.
Are we sure this isn't going to backfire? Silly question. Of course we're not sure. What are the odds of this backfiring? Should I leave?
Should I leave?
Before I do anything else, before I actually press the big red button, that's the drastic button.
Okay.
Because I will. That's an ultimatum. Because I will.
Just to be clear, I'm talking about divine intervention, not summon skeleton.
Yes. Yeah, we got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you want to summon a god?
Water walking.
Confuse him even more. Let's go.
I really want you to cast Mark, actually.
I need like a refresher because all the Y's are like super crossed in my head between like the two campaigns of like what did we actually know about like Smoothie's endeavor? What did Trish say? Did Trish say they were like told by Titon?
Yeah. Smoothie met Titon.
Okay.
And Trish told us that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
Titon
focus
specifically said, burn that church down.
I'm gonna focus on that information in my brain. I'm just.
We haven't mentioned the
it.
church yet, by the way.
No,
we haven't done that. And
I have a little plan about that, but let's see what Benek
I
does.
prefer not telling him about the secret hideout.
I'm just keeping my mouth shut. I'm just like, whatever. I'll let the smarter, more tactically minded people play the cards that we have on our hand. And it was a divine intervention, please. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna try and focus because I don't know how it works. I'm not a thing, but I'm just gonna rely on my fundamentals of magic, and that I have to visualize what I really want first, and that is to contact Titon
and ask him to speak to
and be like, "Yo."
Yeah.
I'm going to look to Welcome and say, Welcome, I don't know, perhaps you would be able to help Benek to request the intervention of Titon himself.
Well, can you just like run his magic through me or something?
Yes, all right, yes. So you're all right. Well, visualize. Okay, well, yes. You have a thing here. Hang on. And he pulls out his symbol of Titon and says, "Here, clasp my hand, boy." And
I clasp it on one, and I have the book, the Divine Intervention page open. I'm so fucking scared, dude.
You're scared. Kesh is trying to
I
look
love
like
it.
she's not pissing
the
herself.
first
I love
7th
it.
level spell you've ever cast.
Why are we... I was gonna try Shadow Shape when we leave, but I'm gonna try Divine Intervention first.
This is dramatic.
I love that that's the first spell of the list that you had that you're going like, yes, let's go from the top in a situation that could go badly. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. All right, you do this. And you clasp your hand over Welcom's, and Welcome says, begins muttering a prayer of Titon, sort of, oh, Father God, hear us. We seek your wisdom. And you cast Divine Intervention, the bound spell from your book.
Yeah, I hate when you put it like that, but yeah.
We all
Okay.
die.
I do it.
Campaign ends.
To your right, there is a potted fern. Now, I bring this up
Is it gonna die?
We're gonna kill
because
a bird.
it bursts into black flames.
Nice. It's a burning bush.
Good or bad?
Moses.
It's a burning
Yup,
bush.
yup.
It is a burning bush.
No, it's not Bishop Blood.
No, it's burning me bush, Daddy. Burn me bush, Daddy. That's it.
Motherfucker. Can we get a refund on this bitch? Can we get a refund on this DM? Cause I'm tired of this bullshittery.
And Welcome says,
I also like
have you finished?
around. I don't know. I'm not
Does it always work?
I didn't even get to roll a D100, dude. I feel swindled.
Oh, I apologize. I actually don't know how the
Damned.
spell works. Please make me a D100.
Chad DM puts a spell in a
God
spell book,
damn.
doesn't
No.
know how it works.
Oh no, I know
Chad,
exactly
that's
how.
so
I know
Chad.
exactly how this spell
Doesn't
works.
elaborate, leaves, burns a bush. Fuck.
36. Interesting.
Damn it.
What would that mean for a casting of divine intervention from the player handbook?
Oh, you're
I
asking
need
us.
to. It won't do anything, Josh. For your information, it does nothing. I have to roll my level or under
I hate this. I hate this.
on
Yeah.
a D100, so
Yeah.
I need to get 8
So this was my question because
or 7 rather, because we haven't slept.
so
yet.
this was an 8% chance of success.
7.
7
Yeah.
a 7%. Oh my, even worse. So and a bush
I don't know this
catches
in character.
fire,
I'm not a fucking.
and you're like, oh, nothing
Black
happened.
flame, though.
The room's on fire.
Yeah.
Is it still just burning black
Yeah.
fire?
Yeah, it is burning.
It's not
sort
like,
of
and now it's gone. It's gone
smoky
away.
black fire.
Is it
like-
hot?
No.
My is my detect magic up? Is it like ooh, nasty fire?
Nasty
it-
fire.
It is rather than possessing a. Yeah, it's conjuration magic. It doesn't feel particularly nasty. It's fire. It doesn't have a feeling to it. The only thing that makes it not fire is that it is A, magical, and B, a sort of purple black. Dark
And doesn't
purple.
radiate heat.
God.
he says.
And it's not radiating
hot.
heat, but it is consuming the bush.
I'm gonna look at the high priest and see what his response is.
You may have to do a little better than that.
Yeah, I was hoping for something a bit more dramatic, to be honest.
Is the page still there? Have I used
Yeah.
it up?
No, the page is still there. You've used its casting for the day of it.
Look, I'm going to attempt to use produce flame to quell the flame.
You do.
Wait. Try and talk to it first.
Hello, flame.
Fire.
Titon, is that you?
Could really use your backing on this one.
We cannot convince you after that idiotic exchange ever.
Welcome
Thank
does
you,
not
welcome.
say Titon. Is that you?
That's your-
He-
Hello, Titan.
So he watches Eric say that. He says, "It's not."
Okay.
I can confirm, and I'm sure the high priest can also confirm. No, that is not Titon.
I had
This
a
was the
feeling.
real curse.
I'm going to.
So this is
to
the
try to quell
equivalent
the
of
flame.
mind-blowing foreplay and then losing your erection.
Yeah. Julio sees how unimpressive we're being, and
Mind.
he says, "Okay, good sir. I understand that we are looking like fools right now, and you are willing to summon your
No.
I know. Kate, don't give me this. I understand that you're set in your ways, and we have nothing of substance to give you right now. However, I have one question, one thing that I would want to ask of you. We know for a fact that this cult is putting seeds of mistrust and hate between both folk and humble folk. Right now on the streets, people are being treated unfairly. The taxes, the scary words on the shops, all of it stems from this. The elevators, yes. And
the elevators was blocked. Bita and I took care of that.
Yeah, that's not important right now. What important is that the lives of people who live in the city, who entrust their life to you and the other council members, are getting worse. If the word of the god is all it took, then why not gods themselves govern us? But you, council people, you and your consciousness decide how to approach the situations. And you know deep in your heart that this is not the way to go. And not only are they treating humble folk unfairly, they're hurting the tree that gives us all this space and this home. And Julio will produce the druidcraft that he has once a day, and a little bit of this blackened, example of the blackened damage of the inside of the bark appears in his hand, and say, our friends ousted them from that place, and for the sake of safety, I cannot tell you much more than that, but that she was hurting. And this magic I have, it is a boon from the tree. It was grateful for our help. So I know we cannot convince you now, but I urge you to at least not help them for the time being. Use the consciousness that led you throughout all these years.
Young man, I appreciate your passion. When you are trying to convince somebody of a thing in the future, I recommend not insulting them. By claiming I am set in my ways. I have approached this in the most logical and analytical way I know how. Bring me proof.
Question. Does the name Menzeloth mean anything to you?
You took the words right out of my beak.
An Astorial.
A trickster.
Yes, a follower of Kren.
Yes, and if you interfere with their lovely little shrines full of blood, you hear his name in your head.
Blood shrines.
We have witnessed one of the devout members of this cult consume this blood and turn into some kind of lupine creature, spouting the name, repeating the name Menzeloth. That doesn't seem like something that a supporter or follower of Tarchon would do.
That is troubling.
But again, you don't consider it proof.
I have only your word. Which your activities of late, I'm sure you can see it from my side. They don't look good.
Welcome was also witness to this. Do you distrust his word?
He is with you in this, I'm afraid. You come to me together. He has blackened himself by association, as it were. And he indicates how Welcome has blackened his feathers.
I'd be amused, but inappropriate timing.
I don't have an
approach
issue.
your
I don't
shrine?
have an issue with listening to you. You'll notice I haven't called the guards.
Are you aware that members of this cult have been summoning elementals from the plane of fire?
No, I'm not.
That's, I believe, what the ritual that Julio pointed out instructs to do. Before we revealed ourselves, you showed that you were aware that Kesh had been sent out on various errands to keep her busy. What you wouldn't be aware of is that the last such errand was specifically designed to kill us and capture her and send her to an internment camp where people such as General Bene Seridon had been kept.
These are all very
well...
serious charges. I don't dispute that. What I do dispute is that you haven't proved anything to me. I will willingly, happily, I want to. These are very serious things you are saying. I don't dispute that. I'm not saying that you're wrong or you're insane. I'm saying you need to prove it to me.
Do any of the papers that we have make mention of the prisoners or prison or the orders? Because our focus has been on the people, but not so much on the contents. So is there evidence of those things, specifically the prisons and capturing
We have
people?
2 letters that we found in the prison camp.
But we don't know. But they
their
mention
content. The content does not mention the word prisoner. The word used is detainee.
That's still close enough to me. I will present that as evidence. That it's not proof of the whole thing, that it's not Parton's will, but it's still proof that they're doing lots of really shady stuff that he's obviously not aware of.
Yeah. And also, if you have something, you can ask the general and they will tell you, because they were there. They were the eyewitness and experienced the imprisonment.
Okay. I need a persuasion check. One of you. I would say Eric or Julio, because you've been doing the bulk of the... I think it's got to be Julio, because of Julio's impassioned...
I have a +5.
Can I give Julio advantage for helping?
Yes.
Thank you, generous DM. Let's see if I not suck this time.
You got this.
15.
A 10 and a 1. All right. That is troublesome. Major Glitterweave. If you say that General Seridon was in this camp and is now free and at large, where are they? The crest? Where Bita is going?
Yes.
What would you have of me?
I would like you to go there and speak with them.
The major, the general, what are they doing?
Securing their position, I assume.
Yes. Speaker Bita is going there as well. Bita won't go alone. As in, there wouldn't be any point in her going alone if she was. Which means you have already spoken to Mentax.
Our original intent was to ask you to relocate there to form a majority government of the existing councillors. Having heard
that I know of the cult
opinion,
and yes,
I wouldn't ask you to just commit to that now, but I think that asking you to go there to speak with the other councillors and the general is a fair request, and I feel that Major Glitterweave here would be able to assure you that if you didn't wish to remain in the crest, that you wouldn't be held there against your will.
this will be war.
Oh, it was already war. It just hadn't started yet.
It was more insidious than that.
It would be of the utmost naivety to think that this would not come to war.
It wasn't a war because the humble folk hadn't had a chance to fight back.
Yes. That was always the hope.
How convenient for you guys.
The hope was that it wouldn't need to be. That the humble folk could be convinced of the beneficence of it all.
From my understanding, none of it has been communicated to the humble folk.
No, the time is not right.
Are you planning on pitching that? Sorry about all that pesky freedom you've been dealing with. Would you like to hand it over and just do what we tell you to?
It's not what the promise is.
What is the promise then?
Simply governance.
And you honestly think that us having no part in governance is never going to work out negatively for us?
No, I don't. That is why I don't like what the Amaranthine said. Recall, I don't like it, but it
you're not
is
prepared to
what
go
the
again.
Amaranthine said. As I said
Listen.
before, and I'm quite proud of the line, who am I?
Look, guys, I don't know if you can actually reach this guy. We're just hitting the same. No offense, good sir. We're just hitting the same block over and over again. And
Yeah.
I am stretched so thin.
Can't hit him yet. No, but like
No,
I'm
hang
not
on.
going to.
Hang on. He says, no, you have hit me. You're very much shaken. You are asking points, making assumptions. You have shown me some very disquieting things. You have then told me that General Sheridan, the leader of an insurrection until relatively recently, is amassing an army in her old fortress, and has with her the leader of the council, and presumably one of the other council members, and seeks to establish a government in exile. Basically, what you're asking me to do, try and see this from my perspective, is fly in the face of my God. Denounce my faith and side with what are, to the best of my knowledge and proof, blasphemous. You are asking the High Priest of Alderheart to side against his own institution on the side of blasphemers, and I am telling you that I am not unprepared to consider it.
Okay, yeah, so
Listen,
they're trying to you say try to see it from your perspective, yeah? Obviously, well, I can't speak for everyone, but I myself obviously am not a man of the cloth. But so can you define things for me then? Or what is your faith? For starters. And what would that mean for to break it? Is your faith that fundamentally all amaranthines are good? Is your faith particularly based in your responsibility to this institution that we find ourselves in?
Yes and yes. But things are being done in the name of the amaranthine that I believe in, that if what you are saying is true, and you have presented me, as I asked, with proof of at least some of the things you are claiming, it does call into question the rest. Therefore, as I have said, I require proof. Until I receive more than a little, more than this, I will remain open to receiving it, and I will I have some difficult conversations to have. I suspect I shall have to find out an awful lot more about what this organization that I am affiliated with does. Answers I haven't wanted till now. Trust, you see. Other members of the group have different responsibilities within it. I am not the tip of that particular pyramid, nor would I wish to be. But I shall go looking.
I appreciate the difficult position that you're in, Archpriest, and I'm sorry that some of my friends' comments have been hostile. You seem to me like a man who is genuinely trying to do the right thing by both your gods and your people. All that we can ask, all that is fair for us to ask at this time is that you give us time to present you, to find this proof and present it to you. But we ask that at such a point that we do present this proof, that you are brave enough to act with decisiveness.
My knowledge of history is such that I know hesitation costs lives. I intend to have a meeting with Bita, with Larimar, and most likely Sobel. And if I don't like what I hear, then may I send for you?
You may send for us, but I think for our security and yours, it would be best that we don't tell you where we'll be.
No, I wouldn't expect you to. May I recommend you don't raid any more offices for the next little while?
We'll do our best.
We'll try to contain our impulses in that.
Yeah.
Or if you
Also-
do, you don't get caught.
Also, I am a bit sorry that we kind of acted a bit rude. We are very stressed these days, but we didn't mean anything by it.
I know. This has been a difficult conversation, and I thank you for your efforts in bringing it to my attention.
Am I to assume we'll be permitted to leave unmolested?
Sorry, that's just Josh reading the name. Chaotic Chord, thank you very much for the follow, matey. Avast and such, you wee scallywag. I do not have control over all of that, but I will not summon or cause you to come to harm my own self.
Oh, I meant leaving here.
This building or this room?
Building. this room, this building, this temple, this part
As
of
I
the tree?
say,
Are we going
I
to
will
step
not-
outside and be set upon by an army of thugs?
to my knowledge, no.
Cash, I'm sorry, you're being really antagonistic, and I feel like the High Priest has been nothing but gracious and honest with us. I really have to step in just this once, Cash. You're being kind of a bitch. I think that
Insight what Eric's clearly laying something down here, and it's probably because Karen is quite tired, but Kesh is just like,
It's a pit of tar underneath Kesh's feet.
Oh no.
What is Eric putting
What?
down?
what Karen missed that Eric said a couple of minutes ago was that we're sorry for antagonizing you. You're
Yeah,
clearly
right.
being on the level.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
and Cash has been like, you're gonna set us up, don't you?
Yeah.
That's fair.
So
yeah.
it had been openly established by Eric at the very least that there was a level of trust in the room.
Right, okay.
I
Yeah.
retracted and says like, I'm assuming then we're not going to get piled on by a bunch of burly men when we leave the room?
I mean, we'll need to reapply our disguises.
Well, yes,
No.
but...
I mean, I
Not to the
didn't
best of
remove
my
mine.
knowledge.
Quick question. Do you mind if I have a moment at your shrine?
Yes, of course. As in, no, I don't mind.
Thank you. And I'd like to approach the shrine and like kneel like I'm praying.
To what end?
It's like you're praying, so you're not praying.
Nah, I'm trying to see if I'm getting any bad juju off this thing.
How do you determine that?
I'll just lay one hand on it and just kind of suss it out, feel the vibes. I don't really have spell for this, but I do have some magical abilities.
I'm
so-
gonna
do.
just also. I'm assuming my first detect magic has faded now.
It's
That was a
probably
long ass
been about
talk.
10 minutes,
Oh.
yeah.
So I'm gonna do another one.
Okay.
And I don't like enter the room because with my glorious wisdom, think Cash is actually praying, and so
Sure.
she might want privacy. So I'm just gonna like lean over and like peek into the room.
Kesh, make me a vibe check, I suppose. What ability would you be utilizing to determine what you are wanting to determine?
Possibly perception. I've been near these shrines before. I kind of have felt the magic.
Sure. You lay your hand upon the shrine, and the top is inscribed with swirling symbols, as in not moving, just they are very, very elegant, swirled, which glow with a soft green light. And as you do, Kesh, you plunge. It's like you're being sucked forward into it, and you feel yourself plunge into a black pit of darkness. Yeah.
Well,
Huh?
What do
I
the
was-
others see as I'm
I was
experiencing
ready for
this?
it to be like, and now there's black fire.
Yeah, you plunge forward and pardon me just a second. You find yourself the sensation of falling. Quite irritatingly. There it is. And you have you come to a stop after, it's hard to say how long you've been falling, but you feel yourself coming to a stop. The area around you, however, is pitch darkness. You could be hanging weightless in space. And Kesh, you hear a voice. You meddle, Kesh Glitterweave. Our goal is all for the best. Eventual victory will be yours. Simply wait. Your participation is not required, only your obedience.
Does this voice sound familiar to me?
Nope. It's not Menzeloth.
It's not Menzeloth. Who are you?
I am that which instigated all of this.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but that doesn't really answer the question.
This is not where I anticipated this going, which is why I'm having to think it out. I apologize. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but you were the one who touched the box.
Question: do any of us know that she's not?
Kesh is
in the room
kneeling.
anymore?
Her breathing is slow and even. Bannock, you cast Detect Magic. There was a pulse of... What would it be? Divination, I think.
Oh.
Um,
Just like a wave? Did it come from anywhere?
from the shrine. Very much from the altar she is kneeling at.
Oh.
A very powerful wave.
Oh.
It's because I'm
Wow, she's
just
so faithful.
just to check. Sending is divination, right?
Sending, it's transmutation.
Is it?
I think I can actually check that right now.
Feels like
Evocation, sorry.
evocation. This is evocation. Then this is it's a similar kind of magic. It's not sending, but you're not having 25-word conversations. But yeah, this is
my
evocation.
instinct was like counter spell, but then I don't do anything because she's not like blown up, blown the fuck up from an evocation magic. I'm like, oh, sorry. That's that.
I will have Bishop Blood roll in chat highs or and Karen pick highs or lows. Bishop Blood exclamation mark roll
I always
space
cock
2.
this up.
No, you
Roll
got
space
this.
2. Bishop Blood
Highs.
highs. Bishop Blood roll a 2.
See, always cock it up.
Always.
I can't believe you chose the wrong binary choice.
Yeah.
I always choose those wrong every
In
time
my
it's a
gut,
binary.
I was like, she
Yeah.
should have said lows, dude.
No roll. We know this. Yeah, that's true. So what was the last thing you said? Do you recall?
Me?
Yeah.
Who are you, right?
I said that was good to know, but it didn't really answer the question of who they were.
Oh, right.
Answer. I have many names. But know that I have your best interests at heart. And then you blamf back out. You reverse, the blackness shooting upwards, your fur ruffling in the wind, and you find yourself back into your body, and back kneeling at the shrine.
Was there like a reverse of the pose
Yeah, it's sort of the same.
magically? Alright, now that's weird. Does she look like she's finished?
Kesh,
Yes.
you sort of rock backwards on your heels. It is very much a physical coming back to your body.
I dash to catch her or whatever.
Okay, that was weird.
You're right.
Oh, fuck off. Why not?
There was some weird magic happened around you.
Yeah, I just had a bit of a magical experience, I think. Covers it?
I apologize. I think it's necromancy. It is. It's necromancy.
Oh.
I just realized what it was. I was just like, oh no, it's that. Yeah, and sorry, it's necromancy.
Oh, by
just-
that you mean...
What spell it was that had been cast. It's necromancy.
But,
Yeah, just tell us.
do I recognize this spell?
No.
I have to see. Fuck.
You definitely don't recognize the spell.
Damn it, we
I should have
tried.
taken a necromancy as my side major again.
And,
Right.
yeah.
Does your shrine normally talk to you in a black void?
What?
Does your shrine normally
No.
talk to you in a black void?
No, Major Glitterweave, it does not.
Right.
He gets up and he comes over and he says, he raises his hand to touch your forehead. He is a gallus man as well. He is a rooster to look at, and he raises a claw to your forehead and says, "Will you permit me?
I get very defensive. Neocash.
Your friend may attack me if it appears I am doing you harm.
Sure.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just
Not
gonna-
necessarily you, my friend." And he goes out to reach your head. He says, "I will attempt to determine what just happened to you, because clearly something did. I felt it. I don't know. I imagine you did as well." And he puts his hand on your forehead and closes his eyes. And Kesh, you feel a warmth radiating from his palm. And he says, "You were just astral projected."
What?
Ah. Yeah.
It were.
It is
Does
very
that normally happen at your shrine?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Well, glad you're back. Cause boy, that could go
Do you
wrong.
have a way of getting me out of here?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What do you
If
mean
I
by
was
out?
to leave with you,
We can certainly arrange for that to happen. May I ask what's changed your mind?
that astral projection is extremely powerful magic. My altar ought not to be able to do it to itself, which means you're doing something. Your presence here, your conversation with me has angered somebody. I presume the conversation was not pleasant.
Well, basically told me to butt out. That I didn't need to meddle because it was going to work out for me in the end anyway. Which did not feel nearly as comforting as I would expect someone telling me that to feel.
Yes.
What counts as meddling? Does my mere existence constitute meddling, or do I need to be more actively meddlesome for it to be considered meddling?
My
This will
understanding of your involvement was that it was really not desired by the organization at all, and you were considered a person of significant consequence and resources toward preventing their end goal.
Well,
It would seem something very powerful agrees, and that makes me curious. Curious enough to indulge you.
oh, well, I would have preferred if I didn't have to have that incredibly upsetting experience to achieve that result. But you know what? Not going to question it. Would you prefer to go out discreetly or openly?
Let us begin with discreetly.
Cool.
I will have Orwin hold my meetings for the next little while.
Do you want
I
me
will
to
send
just
to Beneseridan on the road.
Do you want me to just with the councilman?
Oh, you're proposing to Blamf us?
Well, us. I can
Oh,
only bring one other person with me. Yeah.
Oh, right. So you can Blamf him and the rest of us do the sneaky sneak.
I don't know if that's necessary. If we all head down into the catacombs. High Priest, are you able to order the catacombs to be cleared?
It is within my remit. Why?
Let's hold on to your energy, Bennick, and I would suggest we do that.
Why are we going into the
Sure.
catacombs if we're wanting to get out?
Because there is a secret tunnel to a former
Yes, I know.
chapel inside of the tree, and that's how we're going to get you out, through there.
Ah. You have reopened it then?
Yes.
You can see for yourself once you're in there what we've done with it.
No, very well, all right. I know of it.
You must understand, though, of course, us taking you this way is going to mean that you have some commitment to us.
I already
Or rather,
gave
we have
you...
we have some commitment to keep you on our side.
Yes. I understand that this is a demonstration of trust because you know that I know, I imagine, that that was burnt out. Some mad fool set a large fire within the tree.
Apparently, that was ordered by Tarton himself. Regardless, you may
I think you'll
see
like what we've
evidence.
done with it.
Yes, I think we should go.
Very well. You have used the word cult. It's not the word I would use, but this cult is very prevalent among the ranks of the clergy. My leaving here... Orwin, however, is not a member. My leaving here will be noted immediately, as will the clearing of the catacombs. Why else? If I am excommunicado and the catacombs were ordered cleared immediately, what's the term? Sussy flower?
Super freaking obvious opportunity. Or we just go down into the catacombs right now and we knock out anyone we come across.
It seems like it's the same regardless.
If you have the capacity to teleport me, I would favor that. As a plan, the rest of you can leave incommunicado, provided you can turn back into Council Member Larimar. And then I suggest you do that, while Bennick and I go straight.
All right, let's do that then.
Does that
I will
suit
say-
you, Bennick?
I'm muted. Yeah, that's fine.
Very well.
And I guess I'll meet you guys somewhere for the other thing.
Yeah, we'll
Yes.
reconvene back at base and then.
Or
Yes, all right. And you do that, I say. Orwin is
I
called
get
in
those-
very quickly, and given some instructions. He was like, Orwin, I want you to hold all my calls for the next 3 days, all right? I'm afraid I have business to attend to, a long-form ritual and, yes, have... who's good? Well, actually, Orwin, you will run this evening's service. Have Varish, have Brother Varish run the morning ones, and for the next 3 days, you and he will take my place. Is this acceptable? Yes, High Priest, of course. Be my honor, sir. And Orwin leaves with a spring in his step. And that is done. And I think we'll leave it there. Because I said during the break that we were going to aim for a shorter one, and we just haven't achieved that. I think we'll leave it there, guys. Thank you so much. That was extra super fun.
Damn.
Really cool. You took it in a lot of directions I did not anticipate. But you managed to avoid fighting.
True.
I had you open the VTT because I have a map for that room.
I was ready.
Yeah. If you had, I'll be honest, when we come to favorite moments, what happened. So, now we're at favorite moments, weirdly enough. Let's talk favorite moments. Woo! So, favorite moments is the thing we like to do at the end of our streams where we chat about the stream we just had and how good we all were in it. Because being a creative and an artist is difficult and assessing where you did well is important. So, who would like to go voiced? And chat, if you have favorite moments as well, please let us know what you thought. I think we should start with Cash. I think we should start with Karen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, you know what? I'm going to roll for it. I'm going to roll a d4. A 3. A 3. Cash is what I rolled. There you go. You favorite me. Figuring it out. Hush, no spoilers. Just over here feeling mildly traumatized. Oh,
I'm very concerned, Bishop.
Yeah, look, I'm no one's speaking, so I'm gonna go for the obvious one. That chat with whoever the fuck that was, that astral projection. Yeah. You were constantly thinking and talking about that shrine, and you had made an attempt to go to it earlier and then decided not to. And I was thinking, no, be cool. He's not a cultist. Like, lay off. But I'm so glad that you went for it anyway. That it led to a very cool and fucked moment.
Very true. Both are very true. I think for me, I really liked. I always like the communication between Cash and her people and her sergeants. And I really liked that this time as well. It just shows that her people trust her, and they are feel free to discuss things and plan with her together. And the fact that Cash is such a responsive leader, I feel like that is very good. I like it very much.
I liked the passcode. The passcode idea. Yeah. Though it was just like everything's all right and everything's groovy. That's totally fine. Is the fuck I thought that was a really good idea.
I like your reveal as Cash. It was subtler than I thought you were gonna go, but it was still very elegant, so to speak, and just be like, I'm just gonna continue this conversation like normal because I'm actually here. Whoa.
Yeah. When you were brought up specifically, that was very cool. Yeah. Karen, favorite self? Bishop Blood says the return of the wide Vulpin.
I'm still trying to get it because I had several ideas about what would happen if I interacted with the shrine, and that was not it. And I had something earlier in the session that I kind of tired just thinking that was a cool thing I did, and now I'm just like, I gotta fuck.
And it's gone. Yeah.
What was that?
Mood.
I don't know. What you guys said.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
No, that was good. Bishop Blood said flustered the feathers off him. You did.
I did enjoy just bamboozling him with chaos.
Yeah.
Actually, I was quite proud of jumping in and dropping Menzeloth's name.
Yeah. Yeah, you gave him an awful lot of information, but you can't back a lot of it up. Yeah. All right. Wow, no, you did. That was very good. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. I just rolled a 1 for the next one. So, Dan, favorite Dan moments. Let's talk favorite Dan. I loved your reaction to... Oh, we're casting that?
Yep.
Are you sure?
We're gonna do that.
Yeah.
It's like, you sure you want to do that?
I like specifically that he was like, if this backfires, this is on you. This is your fault.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, this is such a dumb idea. It also has such a low likelihood of working. I did know that, but I'd forgotten it. I was just like, this is a thing, right? I remember this being like a relatively low likelihood of success. Yeah. I loved your reaction to that idea.
Yeah, look, I can defend that decision, and I'm sure it'll probably come up in my things, so I won't talk too much about it now, but yes, that...
if it had worked,
that
would have been
exchange
dope
was
as
very
hell.
cool.
I don't know. It might still have been the worst thing possible. Oh shit! Who wrote this book?
I mean, that's why I like that feature in general. Divine intervention is it's probably not going to work, but if it does, it'll be cool as hell ability in D&D.
Yeah. And he does know how that spell works. So he's sitting there watching you trying to cast a wizard, a famous wizard, trying to cast divine intervention, sitting there going like, oh, there goes my pot plant. Just divine intervention of a sort. Yeah. Paladin, another class that can't do that.
Yeah, it was me the worst. My favorite self moment is getting angry at all of the repetition and being like, look, every time we go for a different angle of attack, it's like, it's proof, man. Just have proof and proof this, fake this. And then, like, every time it happens, I'm like, I'm going to keep my cool. I'm going to keep my cool. All right, we'll just stop. Just stop. Shut it down.
It's like, what, do I have to drag freaking Titan in here, sit him down on a chair and say, tell this dude what's up?
We clearly can't get through to this guy. And then him being like, well, actually, you did make me reconsider somewhat.
Completely by freaking accident.
No, that was before. You did actually like make him consider some stuff, and he's definitely like going to ask some awkward questions even before you touch the shrine. What you know now is that to solve problems in this world, you do just go around touching weird things that you don't know what'll happen. Dan has more experience in this than anybody else. Touch the rune.
Yes, I ate the
And
blood.
if touching doesn't work, try eating it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Imagine if you had have eaten the shrine. Something else that I liked actually, Dan, now that I remember, is when Eric/Brendan accidentally named Bennick, and
that was cute. What?
I was like specifically every time I talked, I was like, no, I don't talk in character. I'm trying to not be associated with this in case maybe it's still beneficial. And then you're like, Bennick. And I'm like, there goes all of that. There goes all of that. Favorite Brendan.
All right, yeah. We need a 2 or a 4.
Roll it.
Oh, that's a 3. That's unhelpful. 2. Daria. Favorite Daria moments.
I have one. Specifically in the Larimar bit, it'd be like, what was the exact quote? It'd be like, who dares? Basically cut in line with me.
Yeah.
In front of me, being like, I am the more important one, and I was like, damn, I hate this person. I hate whoever this is.
Yeah. I love
I
how
did
well
try.
you did it. Yeah, it's not my favorite moment, but I did love how well you did Larimar. Yeah, you channeled her very, very well. My favorite you moment, however, was your impassioned speech. And I think this is the point to drop that, like, what twisted him on it. You all did a very good job of it. Every single one of you said something that pushed him toward considering this. But Julio's was the first that really put a nail in the coffin of Julio's look. Like, Benix would have actually might have been before that because it was the losing his temper. I was like, look, he's not going to listen to us. He's like, I am listening to you. You're just not listening to me. Julio's... Yeah, look, I know we look like a bit of an idiot right now because we just set your bush on fire. But we've seen this, and you started laying out actual proof. And yeah, you all had a moment this evening where it was, you did start to convince him. He was supposed to be impossible to convince. But in his head, I'm just like, no, he hasn't been convinced that he wasn't talking to a deity. He hasn't been convinced that this isn't Titan's will, but he has been convinced that the cult is Sussy Flower. And that's the trick.
And that's a start.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my favorite Julio moment, was beginning that road for him, that road to figuring him out and getting his opinion to switch. Makeover time.
Mine. Yeah, makeover time was cool. As soon as you started the Larimar impression, I thought that was gold. Yeah, and I really liked our formation that we had as well, both the literal formation and the kind of support network that we had going. But yeah, your impression of Larimar was amazing.
Spot on. Yeah.
It
It was a shame because you were rolling you were rolling worse than you were actually
Yeah.
doing. I thought you were doing a really good impression of Larimar. But it was based off you don't know her super well, and he does.
Yeah, and also the nerves, because that's the first time Julio did something of this scale.
It's like, nobody look at me!
Yeah.
Julio offering Welcome the melons from Bishop Blood. He's like, no, I don't think I can pull that off. Yeah.
I also enjoyed earlier when Julio was the one that recognized the kind of the book where it was from.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. Oh,
What
sorry.
book? Huh?
The magic book.
was from Hammerfall.
You know that spell book that you
yeah,
cast? You cast
yeah,
that
yeah.
spell from?
Yeah,
Oh, right, we did that.
it was very early on, but I enjoyed
There were
how you
two
handled that.
very high-level spells today. Yes, Daria, favorite self moment?
Well, I did like the speech. I thought it channeled it harkened back to Julio being very touched by the tree's response.
Yeah.
And I actually specifically liked that I used Druidcraft to try and show a little bit of proof to what was actually happening.
Yeah. That all helped. You were very impassioned. You were very honest. And I will stress, this is a cleric, a very high
Insightful.
wisdom character. He was inciting you. Yeah. And when you made that perception check, you know how you only rolled a 15? That persuasion, sorry. You rolled a 10 and a 1. He rolled a nat 1. To resist
eat shit.
to resist being persuaded, I suppose.
Nice.
Yeah. I'll just little glimpse behind the screen. All right, favorite Brendan moment, and we did have one earlier from Lilith. Lilith said,
Granny letter.
Granny letter, yes.
Yeah.
Lilith
Very
really liked the
true.
granny letter. Yeah.
Personally, I really liked Brendan being very like smart, and like I could see where Eric was like going through like options in his head, what we could say, what like strings we could pull to try and do anything, because like Eric is a very analytical character, and when that side comes out, it's like it's very nice to see. Because like Julio tried to reason like with his emotions, and Eric is like, okay, what is like the pedal to push here, you know?
I liked, while you were invisible, your gentle, like your nudge of Julio, and your blocking the door, and your back pat, like good job. I also quite like the high five between Kesh and Julio. But yeah, stuff like that. I thought, yeah, this invisible man going around sort of silently going, good job, or yeah, or, you know, stuff like that. That was really nice. It was really subtle. Actually whipping out paper evidence, finally. Yeah, he'd asked for evidence several times, and you're like, fine, here, have some. And he's like, thank you. Actually, thank you.
I have a couple, and I'm gonna bring up the one that was like Brendan / Eric being like, oh, when Bennick was surprised, and how like, you guys know how to have fun, and Eric being like, yeah, you know who my family is. And I was like, damn, no wonder we're like immediately in that, I guess we're gonna kill this man. I'm like, gotta keep him quiet. And we're like, oh dear Lord.
Bishop Love also says the Gabby chats are always great. Yeah. Like, when you've got her on Magic, she is not thinking about how hot she thinks Eric is. It's like, ooh, Gabby. It's like the keys in front of a child.
The keys.
Yeah.
There's a pointer.
Ooh. I'm not horny anymore. Look, magic. Yeah.
Put your cloaca away and look at these smoky eyes.
I don't have it out. I'm not Donald Ducking it. Great. Yes. Ooh, smoky eyes. Brendan, favorite self. Karen? Favorite Brendan?
Trying to have thoughts that aren't. The fuck just happened?
Thoughts.exe not responding.
Yeah. Try reloading the page.
Yeah, look, I'll go. I'll buy you some time, Karen. Probably there was a lot in this episode, but yeah, probably as Daria said, the analytical side of the conversation, I was reading what he was saying, that, you know, it was going to take more than just feelings. Like he had said very plainly, look, I don't love it, but I'm a man of the gods, and these are certainly gods of some kind. So yeah, it felt like a big puzzle to me, which I didn't realize at the time that you intended to be unsolvable. So I think that's a credit to us.
Well,
that we
here's the thing.
I pushed him.
I pretty much didn't anticipate you managing to convince him of anything. Because there wasn't really... unsolvable is... Obviously it was because you did. But it was designed to be extremely difficult to get him to countenance this because of his faith. He's not blind, he's just... He hasn't had this encounter, and you're not able, really. There isn't, like... The point was raised, what proof? What proof would he accept? And he's like, I am just about the best cleric ever. Or currently in this world, and I did my due diligence on it, and I did. as far as I'm concerned, do my due diligence on it, and I'm convinced, and I don't like it, but I am convinced. So here's the problem. You pretty much do have to whip out Titon to convince him that it's not what Titon wants, but that's not the argument you went down. So it wasn't possible for you to convince him that it wasn't Titon. That is impossible, because he has convinced himself, and he doesn't need any convincing. Titon, as far as he's concerned, convinced him. But you managed to get him to question something else. And I did not anticipate you managing to do that, is what I would say. So, impossible, yes, but not in that direction. But yeah, you guys did an excellent job. It was really good teamwork on, logicking him out.
Yay.
On that note, actually, I think specifically having the idea of divine intervention when it had just been dropped in our laps, because that was where Eric felt he'd gone to, that they had exhausted all the options. He kept saying, I need proof. It's like, well, yeah, literally probably the only thing at this stage is going to be Titon himself saying, that ain't me, Chief.
Still crazy. God damn.
And I mean, the divine intervention, as in the rules, doesn't have any negative effects if it doesn't work.
Nope, just doesn't work.
I was afraid it will.
You're afraid it wasn't actually a spell. Yeah.
It's a janky homebrew. Yeah.
Yeah, I was afraid it will, and that it won't be Titon, and it'll be like, hello, it's me, Menzelot. And it'll be like, what the fuck? This is your number, please.
But no, I'm proud of that. And the impact that had. I saw the faces of shock on everyone, and the
joy on mine.
I found my note on Eric's favorite moment. He was the one who just suggested disguising Julio as Larimar.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Very good suggestion.
Was he?
I'm gonna say my second one.
Because Welcome dropped the first, we should disguise
Bita.
Julio as Bita.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah.
no. And then Eric's like, Larimar. And we're like, yes,
Better
that.
idea.
Yeah, that was a good idea.
Yeah, because we're trying to frame somebody.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm glad that even being vague, we kind of pulled the confirmation from this guy that he does know that. So that really solidified what
You
our
also
next
got
move
your
was.
confirmation of Sobel as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is true. And so that Larimar and Sobel work closely together.
Yeah.
Gross.
Alrighty. Splendid.
Knowledge acquired.
My second, Brendan, is him getting sassy at Cash and be like, no, you're being a bitch. There we go.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, we retconned it, but that was funny. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say that too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, wow, Cash, you are being a bitch. Emma?
Yeah. Eric was getting frustrated because he could see, he felt that this guy was being pretty earnest, and Cash kept playing bad cop.
Yeah.
And he was like, stop.
Yeah, we just got him.
Yeah. So I'm very pleased that didn't happen, but I'm also pleased that he would have said it.
Yeah.
Because I think Eric would have been Cash's biggest supporter up until that point.
She started being a bitch.
But also, is not afraid to say, hey, fucking stop.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Glorious.
Yes, DM moments.
All right, fine. Didn't
Krenrock
even get to
from Bishop
try
Blood.
and talk. The Krenrock from Bishop Blood, yep.
Not Frog Rock. Krenrock.
As in the one in the basement?
Yeah.
Yeah. That has been established in a previous episode. The others did find that in...
I don't even remember what it was.
Yeah, it was a rock of Kren. It was a statue of Kren.
Kren is that mischievous.
The Vulpin
The one
Amaranthine.
Menzelov
Yeah.
It works for,
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I do have a moment for Josh. I really liked the last little bit where Cash was pulled through the astral projection. That was so creepy, and the words were so mysterious. like you will have the victory, but also your influence is not required. Also, like shut up, sit down. It's like it's all very weird, you know. I liked it.
It actually, when I was listening to it, it actually made me think. Actually, maybe we should just ignore this plot line.
Yeah, as I was talking with this guy, I was actually thinking, what if we say, you know what, you're right, it's all for the good of the forest, and we just stop?
Yeah, I was like,
Wouldn't that be crazy?
our victory has been prophesized if we do nothing. So
Yep.
Maybe we should do nothing.
It's
the
gonna
only
be. It'll
reason-
be a victory. It just might not be the one you want.
Yeah.
I
But
wasn't
they said
there.
like Cash's victory, so that was like confusing for us for sure.
We're for sure dead. My favorite Josh moment is Sussy Flow. All of them.
All
What
of
a
them.
pull.
All the Sussy flowers today.
What's the word? Sussy flower. Yep. Thank you.
Mine, it's the same point, but it was kind of in two parts. The sentence, "I don't have the luxury of renouncing a god just because I disagree with it," was a really good line. But it kind of exemplified the argument and the either conscious or subconsciously the point that I think you were trying to make of, you know, when you're trying to argue religion with a holy man, let alone the fucking
The holy man.
archpriest,
This is Pope.
like, how are you possibly going to win that argument?
Yeah.
So yeah, that eventually that was what got me to the point of, well, we need to either call God or not, or stop bothering, because yeah, that became quite obvious to me. So that was really interesting. Route that went down.
Yeah. Who am I to
Oh.
fly in the face of God?
The fucking phrase, I almost forgot. That was metal as fuck.
Yeah. All I wanted
Oh
to say,
yeah, that was cute.
I was being
Bishop
quiet
Blood.
at the time, but all I wanted to say was like, "You coward."
Yeah, no, he doesn't want to fight a deity.
Yeah. How
You guys
dare
are
you?
level 8. You're ready to fight God, are you?
I have
Welcome
killed
being like, do you
elementals.
guys think Beta would like this disguise?
We basically murdered the embodiment of the elemental plane of fire.
You murdered
Here.
an extrusion of it
Yeah,
here on this plane.
yeah.
You didn't fight the plane of fire, you fought a bit of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was still like flying in the face of God. I'd go out.
You
like
did
a
fly in the
fucking
face
man.
of that god. Yeah, alright, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
And you very much flew in its face as well. In fact, I recall you climbed its back.
Yeah, it was not a pleasant experience, but it sent a message.
It was metal. Yeah, I lived, bitch. Yeah, exactly. I think my favorite would be you touch the shrine.
Yeah, that like it's it's definitely the most impactful moment for me in stream because didn't see that coming.
I did not anticipate you touching the shrine.
Who the hell did I talk to?
Well, that'd be telling. You already asked. I'm not telling you.
Yeah, and he
We
gave
rolled
some
in
cagey
chat.
non-answer.
We rolled in chat. You don't get it.
Yeah,
you
if you're
could've-
all
you
doing
might have
highs
been
and
able-
lows, I'm going to lose. I always lose on highs and lows.
One day you'll win one of those. It'll be your favorite moment.
Yep. My lips are henceforth sealed. No,
Yeah,
Bishop
Bishop
Blood,
Blood's
when we
worked
get
it
you to
out.
roll, we just pick the low. That's what we know now. Cool. Glorious. Yeah, thank you. That was fun. It was a RP heavy sesh, but I thought that there was a lot of cool in it. I liked bringing back Varish. That is the fastest I've ever included an NPC name. I'm like, oh, I can
Wait,
pop him
Owen?
right in. There you go, Owen. Hey,
Yeah.
yeah.
Bickle something.
The little Owen Bickle bush.
Bickle. It was Bickle Hickle.
Bickle Beak, something.
Bickle
Benedict
Hickle.
Cumberbatch.
Yes. Damn. What a pull for this
yeah.
session. What a guest
Yeah.
star.
And but I also brought
Favorite
back
moment.
mentioned Varish Stonebrew as well, who was the
Bicklehackle.
servant priest Bicklehackle.
Thank you, Laura.
Varish Stonebrew was the servant priest who helped the others find the statue of Kren in the first place in the basement. And he's going to be leading the nighttime services, I think. So yeah, that. Glorious. Well, let's go away from here now, because we've been streaming for a gosh darn while. So, guys, who the absolute heck are all of you? What was the order we did it in? Dan, who the heck are you?
Hello, I'm Dan in the Wayside here in the cyberspace. I hope you have a lovely day. And this is, I guess, my lightning fast speedrun any percent outro. Bam.
Brandon, who the heck are you?
I Brendan Ellis. This was a 6-sesh. Speedrun record beaten.
That little pupper Lilith is Siri, our 2-year-old cavoodle schnauzercross. Karen, who the absolute heck are you?
Oh, I am Karen, also known as the mother of bunnies and cuddler of puppers. You can follow me on the Twitter while it still exists, at Mother of Bunnies. You can follow my burlesque alter ego on Instagram, at Miss Lola Moore, or you can just find me here a lot for the next month as we do all the Candlekeep Christmas shit, and try and work out what the hell is going on. And if you want to listen to me do other D&D stuff, the There Be Dragons chat, There Be Dragons podcast link is in chat. Feel free to follow and enjoy.
And Daria, our channel artist. Who the heck are you?
Yeah, my name is Daria. You can find my arts on Twitter where I post sometimes. You can find me here and on the Eldritch Scribe Twitch channel on Mondays where I also play D&D. And that's about it.
And me, I think. Madame and Monsieur, Dama under Heron and beings of indeterminate gender and persuasion, I be Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel, Courser's Cove, where I run D&D and other related RPG systems, with me lovely lady wife, the Mother of Bunnies. And if you want more of me, D&D face, you can come back on Monday night, where I will be running the first of our Candlekeep Mystery Adventures, which is going to be really cool and fun and exciting and groovy. I will be running The Deep and Creeping Darkness. And that's going to be super fun. And Brendan will be
Hey,
there.
I'm going to be there too.
Yeah, you will. As will Karen. Daria isn't coming along that night, but that will be Brandon, Dan O'Brien, and Ardana will be joining us for that very first game, which is exciting, or the first night of the first game. Candlekeep for the win! Yeah, we're excited, Lilith. It's going to be super fun. We have a bunch of some Christmas-themed, some not characters. Yeah, if you enjoy the majestic face, but you think I could stand to tone the... if you enjoy the majestic voice, but you think I could stand to tone the face down a bit, you could check me out in the podcast There Be Dragons, where I play the infamous and deadly pirate Scanfelspar und his little dragon, Krosh. Karen, tell me about Ukraine.
Ukraine, country in Europe, at war, which produces refugees, which is a very difficult situation to be in, regardless of which war led to you being one. But if you would like to help Ukrainian refugees specifically, there are 2 links in chat. First one, the Emergency Action Appeal. This is an Australian-based group of charities and not-for-profits. And by following that link, you can toss them a little donation. Last time I checked, they'd raised over $4 million to help Ukrainian refugees, which is amazing. But war's still happening. Refugees still need help. So the second one is for the Curious Compendium Slavic Myth, which is a 38-page booklet of Slavic D&D goodness. There are subclasses, there are creatures, there is a one-shot campaign which you can watch us play over on YouTube. And there's also a beautiful Tolkien-inspired map of Ukraine. Minimum donation to get a copy is £1, but really you can pay as much for it as you want. So if you want to be able to tell people that you own a a D&D booklet worth £100, you can make that happen.
You could. Be a bit of a flex. We have also got all the socials, !socials. We have the YouTube. if you have enjoyed your D&D experience this evening, you could check out all the episodes you may have missed over on our YouTube. We have loads of one-shots and all 90-something episodes of Humblewood up there as well, in chronological order if you want. So there's plenty of backlog to get through. And we also have the Discord if you want to come and hang out with us there, receive notifications of when we are doing cool shit, and join our community there, where we share pictures of kitty cats a lot as well, and creative arts and things like that. The map that I created for this evening but didn't wind up using will be going up there because I don't think I have any further use for it. Yeah, there's that. And yeah, generally speaking, that's what we do. One more thing. Wooten Forge, that's the one. We have an affiliate link for Wooten Forge. Wooten Forge, www.wootenforge.com/Corsair's Cove. If you want to check out some beautiful handcrafted wooden tabletop accessories made of Australian and exotic hardwoods. This is my Wooten Forge Dice Keeper with my rolling tray, which is the other half of it. One goes on top like that. You can get it engraved. This is made of beautiful Australian jarrah, and they polish it with something absolutely gorgeous. So it's a really lovely thing. It's a really good sort of it's timeless. It is what's the word that they were looking for? Yeah, like a centerpiece. It's actually something that you want to keep and enjoy forever. An heirloom piece. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
A conversation piece.
Yeah,
Definitely a conversation starter because if I hold it, I have to smell it because it smells.
And then people are like, "Why are you sniffing that?
Why are you sniffing the wooden box?"
Yes, we use Above VTT for our virtual tabletop, though we didn't do it this evening. I use Dungeonfog for my maps, which we didn't use this evening, but I did make one. And we use D&D Beyond for our roller. Sirenscape is also good. That's the noise that you can hear. And we should go away from here and raid somebody now, shouldn't we? So, who have we got? Eldritch
Lots of
Scribe is
options
streaming.
tonight.
Mike Moans is streaming. They've already had a raid from us of late. Eldritch Scribe, let's drop a raid on them.
Throw Daria under the bus.
Yeah, throw Daria under the bus.
Always.
Why? What are we doing? Why are we doing that? We like Daria.
Sorry, who said that?
Wow.
What?
Okay,
So
I'm gonna go cry.
We will go and raid now. Guys, thank you so much for playing with me. Have a lovely evening, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We will drop a raid on the Eldritch Scribe. Throw your favorite raid emotes up in chat. Tell Des and Raph where we came from. I hope Raph is feeling better. It was his birthday on Monday, so wish him a happy birthday for Dan. And we will see you guys hopefully on Monday for Candlekeep Mysteries. And if not, then another night for also Candlekeep Mystery, because there's going to be a lot for the next little while. Roval Jax, Chaotic Platypus, say goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bam.